John, is this on?
It's not on now, but it will be.
1, 2.
And then is his mic on for his video? How about mine? Is mine okay? Well, it's 8 o'clock and we're going to go ahead and get started. We want to welcome you to the winter conference for Profitproag. And again, what we're doing is we're talking about profitability and how we can fit third crops into a corn soybean rotation along with cover crops. And our objective is to do it profitably as well as build our soil health, which is improving biodiversity through plant diversity. It's building mineral nutrition, retention, availability, and balance. And it's also, what we're trying to do is build soil bioactive carbon. And we talked yesterday that carbon represents 45% of the weight of a plant above and below ground. And if we can improve the biology and the carbon in the soil, we know that the roots can access that and help us improve yield and quality. And of course, we want to produce crops that are high in brick, which means we got to get more mineral content, and we want to have forages that are high also in mineral content to improve animal performance. So we're fortunate to have with us Mac Earhart, who is co-owner of Albert Lea Seed House here in Albert Lea, Minnesota. And Mac has an extensive experience because there is a third or fourth generation? Third generation in the seed business. And it's been fun for me to watch over the last 40 years how they have really grown in their ability to provide all kinds of seed to the industry in the Midwest area. And of course, he's done a lot of work. He actually attended the University of Davis in California. And what they provide there at the Albert Lea Seed House is traded grains, non-GMO, organic. And the organic seed business is a big part of what they do. They also have a garden center. And he served on the board of the North Star Genetics and also as the board of several nonprofit groups, including the Non-GMO Supply Chain Work Group, Freeborn County, Corn Soybean Growers Association, Sustainable Farming Association, and the Minnesota Seed Producers and Processors Association. And so he has a lot of experience. He's got his fingers in a lot of parts of the industry. And I enjoy working with Albert Lea Seed House. We do a lot of work here in seed coating and rebagging and storing for them, and it's been a good relationship. So with that, I'd like to have Mac tell us a little bit about where we stand in this whole debate on non-GMO, GMO, profitability, markets, and then I think he'll cover a little bit in some other areas also. So Mac?
Okay, thank you, Jim. And thank you all for coming this morning. Okay. So, yeah, again, Mac Earhart, currently president of Albert Lea Seed House. For those of you who aren't familiar with our organization, we've been in business here since about 1923, when my grandfather actually purchased the business from his father-in-law, which some of you may, does anybody in here remember Wedge Nursery out on the northern side of town? Okay, so his father-in-law ran the Wedge Nursery, and they had a little seed business, which was Wedge Seeds, and he bought it and turned it into Albert. So we've been in business a long time. We are third generation. It's for those of you who aren't familiar with us, it's a very diversified business. So we have our own corn and soybean brand called Viking. We're licensed by Monsanto, Syngenta, and most of the major genetic and trait providers. That makes up about half of our business. We also sell a lot of oats, wheat, and barley, small grain seed, alfalfa seed, grass seed, cover crop seed, and also certified organic seed. We've been in that certified organic seed business for going on 15 years, and that now makes up about 25% of our total business. So it's an important part of our business. So as you know, diversity has virtue. It also has some problems when you're trying to do a lot of different things. It keeps you pretty busy. But part of, by virtue of being diverse, we do encounter a lot of different areas of the seed business. And I'm fortunate to have, in my presentation today, I'll have some slides from people that work in other parts of this arena that I'll show you today, and I think you'll benefit from that. A couple of pictures. Oh, I'll grab this. So yeah, that picture right there was taken last summer. That's my father, George, 87. Some of you in the room may have met my father. I've worked with him over the years. My brother, Tom, my cousin once removed, I think I've got that right, if he's a different generation. Ben, my daughter, Isabel, who's not regularly an employee of the Seed House, although she has worked there. She's going to graduate from high school this year. Me, and then Elia Romano, who's actually my brother-in-law. So our business employs about 28 people, 28 to 30 people year-round, and then we also have temporary employees in the spring. And over here, Jake Hansen, who is one of our sales agronomists. He farms with his father down by Glenville. We're standing in front of Viking 6001, which is our best-selling corn hybrid. That also happens to be a conventional hybrid, it's not a traded hybrid. So one thing I wanted to say is if you have questions while we go through here, just please raise your hand. I'd love to have some back and forth. I think the presentation is more interesting if we do that. So what am I going to talk about today? Originally when Jim called me, he asked me to talk about non-traded corn. So does non-traded corn yield as much as Smart Stacks corn or Optimum Acre Max corn or whatever you're planting? Because we get that question a lot, and I will address that in this presentation. And then as we talked a little more, he asked me to talk about the non-GMO marketplace, the organic marketplace, a little bit about alternative crops. And I'm not going to go deep into the weeds there. I'm really just going to focus in on oats as a potential third crop in the upper Midwest. I'm going to talk a little bit about the economics of conventional corn, and then if we have time, and I'm not sure that we will, I've got a lot of slides, I'll talk a little about conventional soybeans. Okay, so to start in on this discussion of these different marketplaces, I thought I would like to talk just broadly about what that means, I think, to the consumer in the United States. So there's, in my view, there's sort of three different slices here. One is the one is the organic marketplace, and that USDA organic logo is a federally regulated logo, right? You cannot use that unless your seed or your food product, whatever it is, has been certified by an independent agency and follows the National Organic Program. So a lot of you folks may know that in this room, but I think it's an important distinction. In 2013, I think there was about $35 billion in sales of organic food in the United States. I think in 2014 it was around 42. So it's been growing pretty steadily. This logo here is not a federally regulated logo. There's no GMO, non-GMO standard at the national level in the United States. What we have are some independent labels. This is the most widely recognized at this point. It's also a very stringent label. I know because we're in the process of trying to get this label on some of our seed, but it's a private non-governmental organization that's developed this label, and over the past 10 years, I've got a slide later on showing their growth. They've grown this thing up to $5 billion in sales in 2013, and I think it was over, I don't know if it was 7 or 8 billion in 2014, so it's been rapidly growing. In fact, it's growing so fast that the folks on the National Organic Program are getting a little nervous that it's starting to take away market share. And then down here I have just some labels I grabbed off the internet on natural food, because of course the word natural is appealing to consumers, but it is not something that's regulated at all. And anybody that wants to use the word natural on their logo to sell their product is free to do that. And I don't know what those sales look like. They're probably dwarf the other two numbers.
Matt,
yep.
On your non-GMO project, what is the criteria for that label to go on? Can you have some GMO in the seed, or is it 100%, or what percentages will they accept?
So it's kind of a combination of a process verification like organic, if you're familiar with that. So there's a lot of paperwork, a lot of tracking. You have to be able to trace the product from beginning to end. And then there is testing, unlike organic, where in the organic label there's actually no testing for GMO unless the person who's buying it requires it, and then there often is testing. So to answer your question directly, this label would require for seed adventitious or accidental presence of GMO below 0.25, which is easy for some things like oats and olives, right? But very difficult for something like corn. For human consumption, if you want to put this on a bag of corn chips, the corn chips will have to have a level below 0.9. I think I'm right about that. And for feed, currently it's 1.5. So if you want to sell non-GMO corn to somebody who's going to use it to produce non-GMO project verified eggs, it has to be below 1.5%. And there's a debate going. Every year they take comment for about 3 weeks, and then they go back and they adjust their rules accordingly. And there is a strong feeling that they're going to raise that tolerance on the feed element to a slightly higher level, because corn is the most widely used feed, and it's pretty hard to get that 1.5% right now. All right, any more questions? Yep.
That non-GMO label.
Yep.
Basically says non-GMO verified. No GMO. What about contamination, insecticides, pesticides, herbicides?
Yeah, there's no claims. No claims about that at all. It's really strictly a GMO, a non-GMO label.
So it really doesn't cover anything.
It does not. No, that it's really focused in on just that one thing, the GMO, satisfying the consumer demand for GMO, for non-GMO food. All right. So why has this grown so rapidly? And I have a few slides here that I was given permission to use by a group of companies that developed a presentation to try to explain consumer demand for non-GMO food. And this is from a poll done in 2013 and 2014. What do U.S. consumers think about GMOs? 40% of U.S. consumers consciously avoid or want to reduce GMO consumption. 47% think GMOs should be banned, and 66% want GMO labeling. Now, some of you have dug further into this, might know that there's a lot of confusion out there. So when you ask those same consumers, what is a GMO? There's a large percentage of them that really don't even know what it is, okay, but they think they're bad. So I've kind of chopped up this presentation because it was about 60 slides long, and I wanted to grab just six or seven slides to show where the concern comes from. Whether or not you agree with these, that's fine, and I'm not necessarily agreeing with everything that's on these slides. It's really about to explain the phenomena of where this demand comes from. So, from the consumer's point of view, there's no independent research required. In other words, all the research was performed by the industry itself. So when Monsanto applied for the original Roundup Ready soybean approval, the U.S. government didn't do research on it. They didn't hire an independent agency to do research on it. Monsanto paid for all that research. And so when something like that happens, people get concerned, because obviously, if you're paying for the research, there's a higher likelihood that the results are going to meet your demands, right? So there's naturally some skepticism that's built into that. There hasn't been no peer review of those industry studies. The source data wasn't shared. Monsanto, Syngenta, DuPont have been very reluctant to share that kind of data. Animal feeding studies were not required. There haven't been long-term studies of health benefits, and there has been no post-market monitoring. There's a counter argument to be made there, and again, I've got a lot of slides to go through, so I'm not going to go deep into the woods on this today. But these are just some of the consumer concerns. This is one of the, I put these two slides up here because it's kind of fascinating to read these and to recognize why there might be concern from consumers. So this is what the Food and Drug Administration said when they approved these Monsanto events. Based on the information Monsanto has presented, we have no further questions concerning corn containing transformation events, blah, blah, blah. However, as you are aware, it is Monsanto's responsibility to ensure that foods marketed by the firm are safe. Which makes sense. The Food and Drug Administration is saying, okay, this is Monsanto's baby, and if something goes wrong, it's their problem, right? Okay, here's what Monsanto says. The Food and Drug Administration is responsible for the safety and appropriate labeling of food and feed products grown from GM crops. Okay, so who's in charge, right? So if nobody's willing to take responsibility and there's no peer-reviewed data, you can see how people can start to be a little bit skeptical about this, right? Because where does it come from? I'm I'm going to skip through these slides pretty fast because we could spend a lot of time talking about them. I will say if you have questions and you want to see the actual peer-reviewed articles that these slides are based on, please email me because I can forward you that. There aren't a lot. There are not a lot of peer-reviewed articles questioning the health benefits or questioning or showing health problems from the consumption of GMO crops. But there are some actual peer-reviewed articles. They're real, they exist, and I can forward them to you if you want to see them. So one of the things from the consumer standpoint, of course, is that so far the GMOs that we haven't shown, they're not developed to be beneficial to consumers, with the exception of golden rice, which was developed to provide vitamin A in countries that consume a lot of rice. So for the most part, Roundup Ready corn, BT corn, that's not doing anything for consumers, right? So they're not, well, like, why is it a benefit to me? Furthermore, when peer-reviewed studies are reviewed, they do a thing called a meta study where they take all the peer-reviewed studies and they compile them and look at them. And what they've found is 41 out of 41 industry-affiliated studies are favorable to GMOs, but 12 of 39 independent studies are unfavorable to GMOs. So again, depending on who's doing the research, you're getting a slightly different answer. So there are some rat feeding studies that have shown toxicity to liver and kidney. Again, if you want to see those, I can forward them to you. Herbicide-tolerant GMOs contain pesticides in harvested crops. So again, this isn't directly related to the GMO itself, but what we're spraying that crop with. So 90% of USDA soybean samples test positive for glyphosate. That wasn't really supposed to happen. I mean, the idea, one of the things about glyphosate is it's not an endocrine system disruptor, which is kind of a key word for people who are worried about health and safety issues. But we were told that when we spray a crop with glyphosate, the glyphosate immediately degrades. It doesn't continue to exist in the soil or in the plant, and that's not true. Okay, it's showing up. It's 90% of the soybean samples that we've tested are positive for glyphosate. So maybe glyphosate isn't an endocrine system disruptor, but it's still in our food. So there's concern about that. And then this AMPA is an adjuvant that's found in some of the formulations of Roundup, and that's also showing up in food. Yeah, so glyphosate Roundup is found in human and animal urine and animal tissues, which again contradicts the original regulatory assumptions. It has a definite antimicrobial effect. I mean, Monsanto has registered Roundup as a fungicide, okay? Nobody thinks of it that way. We don't use it as a fungicide, but it has antimicrobial activity. And so when you eat it in your food, it could have an effect on the gut flora, all right? There is 1 or 2 studies that show evidence of endocrine disruption in rat testicular cells. There's debate about that. Is it really the glyphosate? Is it the adjuvant in the Roundup? They're not sure. Glyphosate residues have been linked to low trace minerals in cattle body tissues. And then Roundup is found to be more toxic than glyphosate, again, because of the adjuvants in the Roundup formulation. So again, these are things that have been found in peer-reviewed studies, and there's debate about these studies, and I'm not saying that all these things are necessarily true. What I'm saying here is that there's a real reason that that people are concerned about GMOs and are willing to pay more money for non-GMO food. Okay, that kind of just repeats what I just said. That point is the important one here. So consumers don't need proof to influence their attitudes and purchasing decisions, right? They just need an idea.
Perception.
Right. So a couple counterpoints here. All GMO labeling ballot initiatives have been defeated. So these are statewide ballot initiatives that have been introduced where they said we're gonna label all the food that has GMOs on it. I've got a slide up, or a note up here that in California, Prop 37, Monsanto spent $8 million, Pioneer DuPont spent $5.4 million, total of $45 million in industry money to defeat that ballot initiative. So obviously, industry has a very strong interest in making sure that we don't have labeling. There have been some state legislatures that have passed GMO labeling bills, but none of them have taken effect because they all have trigger clauses. And what that means is, so in Vermont, they passed a labeling bill that would require all food to be labeled, but it only takes effect if all the bordering states pass a similar legislation, so that none of these rules have actually taken effect. And there's a debate. Do we really want a different law in each state? Would be really, really hard on people that are producing food and packaging it to have to meet all these different rules in 50 different states. So there is a definite need at some point for the federal government to step in and say, okay, what are we going to do? My guess is what they're probably going to do is say, yeah, you can label, but it's going to be voluntary. It's not going to be mandatory. And in that case, we'd end up with something like that non-GMO Project Verified label. There has been I don't know if a bill's been formally introduced. Do you know that, Bruce? Okay. And also lately, it's my feeling that Monsanto finally has realized they've got a public perception problem. They've really been lobbying hard to try to make people that are have questions about GMO seem like they don't know what they're talking about. And frankly, in some cases, they don't. Just like most debates, I mean, there's going to be people on both sides of the issue who are very well informed, and some people who aren't. But I think lately, it's over the last 18 months especially, the anti-GMO activists have been mocked, accused of being anti-science, and sort of lumped into this anti-vaccine, with the anti-vaccine crowd, which has gotten a lot of press lately. Okay, and finally, does that public debate matter? Well, I think it does. I think it's healthy for us to have this kind of debate. I think it's important for us to discuss these issues and get real science and look at it. But in one sense, it doesn't really matter, and that sense is the marketing sense, okay? So here's the sales of food products labeled with the non-GMO project label, and that's the growth since 2008. It was about $350 million in 2008. 2014, $8.5 billion. So whether you think this is a real thing or not, there's plenty of consumers out there who are willing to pay for it. That's the message of this slide. Questions on that? And this is just one label. I mean, this is just the non-GMO project label, which is not an easy label to put on your food.
You know, the real issue is that they don't want labeling. They don't want labeling for the simple reason is that they don't want culpability. There's no traceability.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as you're going to have labeling, then you can have a means of litigation, traceability, medical reports, etc.
Mm-hmm.
They're alleviating all that by basically fighting this labeling.
Right, and there are, I mean, I think it's a good, there's a good, healthy debate to be had there, and I'm not going to get into that today, and I'm not even going to take a real side on it because I have mixed feelings about this, to be honest. But my point is, whether or not you think this anti-GMO thing is real, it's real for the marketplace. So how does that boil down? So in the marketplace right now, we're seeing premiums on corn from 30 to 80 cents or more, depending on certain IP contracts. If you're growing a very specific hybrid for a company, you might get a higher premium than that. If you do want to grow non-GMO corn for and achieve that premium, I really recommend that you get a contract. If you're just growing conventional corn, thinking you're going to get another 30 or 50 cents a bushel, I think you're kidding yourself. You need to line up, get that contract in place, and know what you're doing. You need to know what GMO levels the purchaser will accept, because I guarantee you're not going to have 0.0. You need to know the GMO level of the seed that you're planting, because you're not getting 0.0. Even if you're buying conventional corn, it's got some adventitious presence of GMO in there. There's no way around it. And also, I think you need to ask yourself the question, what if I don't get the premium? What if my corn tests positive at a level they won't accept? What if there's another problem? Is that going to break me? Because if it is, maybe you really should reconsider that idea. I think there's a good reason to grow conventional corn, and our sales of conventional corn would bear that out. But if the only reason you're growing is for the extra 30 cents, I'm not sure that's enough. Bruce.
Our caveat, and that's know what the test is that the buyer is using.
Yeah.
Because if they're doing a single PCR test on it, the number will probably be lower than if you take it to the elevator and they run an ELISA strip test, because those strip tests a lot of times double count, particularly if you've got a stacked crate hybrid next door or something like that.
Yeah.
Every one of those crates may have a separate motor on it, and there's been way too much corn rejected for having GMO contamination at high levels over that 0.9 that Matt was talking about, at 1.5, because of the test methodologies used.
Good point, Bruce. So basically, in summary, just know what test they're going to use and know how sensitive it is, because depending on what test you use to test seed or grain, you can get very different results. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about the organic marketplace. Why is there consumer demand for organic food? It's driven by a lot of the same things that we already talked about, sort of concern for things that are unnatural, mistrust of large corporations, concern about toxic chemicals and environmental effects of so-called chemical farming on farmers, consumers, and the environment. A lot of press recently about bees and monarch butterflies. You know, several years ago, the press was about frogs. So there are real concerns about this. And there's huge demand. There's a chronic undersupply of organic milk in the United States. I was lucky enough, took my kids and my wife and some family friends. We drove to Colorado and went skiing for 6 days right after Christmas. Stayed in this little little mining town, Steamboat Springs. I went to the grocery store. My wife got the flu. That was great. Family vacation, right? So I did all the shopping. At the grocery store, there was never any organic milk on the shelf, and there was always a sign that said, "We are not able to buy organic milk. There's a shortage nationwide." For the whole week that I was there. It's just, that's the way it is. They cannot keep up with demand. And also another point on that about, there's no official statistic here, but talking to people in the business, they estimate that half of the organic soybeans that are consumed in the United States, and mostly as animal feed, half of those are imported. Well, think about that for a minute. Like, we couldn't grow our own soybeans here. So it's telling you we're just not keeping up with demand. This is a chart showing the growth of organic food sales in the United States starting in 2005. You can see those blue lines steadily trending up to 2014. It was estimated to be about $42 billion in organic food sales in the United States. The red bars tell you that the rate of growth is slowing down, right? But still, I think most people would think 8% growth was pretty healthy when you're talking about a $42 billion industry. So even though the rate of growth is slowing, we're still seeing very strong growth in organic food sales. This is to give you an idea what currently pricing looks like. So I got these conventional prices from the Minneapolis Grain Exchange cash price. I think I did it on Tuesday. Corn was $3.61 in Minneapolis. Organic corn was about 12 bucks. Soybeans was about $9 in Minneapolis, $24 for organic soybeans. And those are just dark hilum organic soybeans for animal feed. I'm not talking about clear hilum, high protein tofu soybeans, which are worth $28 to $30. I'm just talking about generic run-of-the-mill organic soybeans. Wheat, $7 to $15. Now 15 is there's a lot of difference in organic wheat pricing. It could be as low as 11 if it's just for animal feed. It could be as high as $24 a bushel if it's real good quality organic hard red spring wheat that you could use to make bread. Oats, you can see the price difference, and then milk. Organic dairy farmers have been doing pretty well. Questions on that? Couple final thoughts on the organic marketplace. I think to be a successful organic farmer, it can't just be about the potential for higher crop prices. If you're really just saying, wow, I think I'd love to get $12 a bushel for my organic corn rather than $3 or $2.50 or whatever, I don't think that's a good enough reason, because after having been in this business for about 24 years now, having seen farmers get in and out, if you don't have a basic philosophical commitment toward the system, the money alone isn't going to keep you in it, right? I do think there's a potential to make a good living on fewer acres. In fact, I think that's one of the primary arguments in my mind for organic farmers, because organic farmers as a rule can make a good living off many fewer acres than conventional farmers. And I'd like to see a show of hands who thinks rural America is better off with fewer farmers. Anybody in favor of that? I'm not. I think rural America is better off with more farmers, and that's one really strong argument for this organic movement in my mind. Still a small market. I mean, let's remember, we're talking about last summer, 91 million acres of corn planted in the United States, 500,000 acres of organic corn. So it's a pretty small market. It's another way to show that. Estimated U.S. food sales 2014, $1.4 trillion. There's the organic sales, a pretty small sliver of that market, but 42 billion is still a big number even by government standards. That's a joke. Does anybody remember Senator Hayakawa who famously said, $1 billion here, $1 billion there, pretty soon you're talking real money? So alternative crops, oats. Is that even a thing? Does anybody have a teenager in the house? Yeah, that's something that they say, right? Is that even a thing? Right, so that's kind of how oats have become over, in recent years, right? We've used them as a nurse crop for our alfalfa, somewhere to spread manure, maybe if we wanted a tile. we've kind of treated them that way too. We treated them as an afterthought, like put them on our crummy ground. We haven't really paid attention to them, and then we've been bummed out when we didn't make any money growing them. So why have they been an afterthought? Well, basically it's money, right? We've seen we can make more money growing corn and soybeans in a single year, no doubt. If you grow a corn crop, you get a good corn crop in this county, there's absolutely no doubt you're gonna make more money that year growing corn than you are making oats, or growing oats, I don't doubt that. So, and there's been a limited market. Most of the oats consumed by humans in the United States are imported. Seems like we should be able to grow our own oats, but we don't. Almost all of them come from Canada. Bruce said yesterday, I stole this from him, that Quaker imports 100% of their oats from Canada, or in the past, even from Finland. I think they even came from Europe sometimes. So, does it have to be that way? I think that's the question I want to ask. I don't think so. I think it might be worth a try, and I'm going to try to explain why here. And Bruce gave a great presentation yesterday on oats, and I'm going to come at it from a little different angle, a little bit on economics and a little bit on the economics of rotational crops. So what's changing? Well, A, the price of corn is down, and that's going to make alternative crops look more attractive. B, Grain Millers has made a serious commitment to buying oats that are sourced here in the United States, and that's a big deal, and hats off to them for doing that. So they're partnering with the University of Minnesota, Practical Farmers of Iowa, Profitproag, and a whole bunch of other folks to promote production systems that'll be profitable for farmers. Right now they're putting on webinars. There was one last week, and there's some more coming up. And if you want to check out one of these webinars, you can go to practicalfarmers.org, and you can watch that anytime. Grain Millers is contracting for conventional oats right now. Rumor is it's around 50 cents over whatever month you contract in. So if we chose July, delivered to St. Ansgar, that'd be $2.75 plus 50 cents, about $3.25. Well, that number alone probably isn't going to get anybody really excited about oats, but let's stay with me. You can grow 100 to 150 bushel oats. Last summer, one of the worst, in fact, in 24 years I've been in the seed business, the worst year for oats in southern Minnesota that I've seen. We had, even though it was nice and cool, you would have thought it'd been a good year for oats. In fact, we had such a bad crown rust epidemic in southern Minnesota that it was really difficult to grow oats. We had some of our seed growers brought us oats that weighed 18 pounds. Standard test weight for oats is 32. Grain Millers doesn't want them unless they're more than 36 as a rule. But Van Cunningham, and is he here? Did Van show up? There's rumor he was going to show up today. He farms up by Sleepy Eye. He grew 2 different varieties of oats. One of them yielded, I think, 144 bushels an acre. The other one yielded 148 bushels an acre. And they were both over 36 pounds. How did he do it? Well, he managed them, right? He could put them on a good piece of dirt. He fertilized it. He paid attention to it. He used a good variety. He actually used fungicide program on those oats when he needed to. And he ended up with a huge oat crop with real good test weight and a lot of value to it. So even in a terrible oat year, this can be done. And I'm not saying everybody every time can grow 150 bushel oats. I don't believe that. But I do believe that 100, 120 bushel oats is easily attainable with good management. And I also think it's really, and this is the thing I want to stress, don't measure the dollar performance on 1 year alone. Cover crops interseeded with or after oats will grow your soil health and your profits in the following years. And there's a guy at Iowa State doing great work on this, and I've got some slides that I was given permission to use by Practical Farmers of Iowa. Sarah Carlson, does anybody know Sarah? She is awesomeness. All right, if you don't know Sarah, get to know her. She's really great. She's a good speaker, and she's doing a lot of good work with Practical Farmers of Iowa. These slides she has given me permission to use actually came from Dr. Liebman's work at Iowa State University, and he's doing work on a rotational cropping system. Other people in the country are too, but these are a little closer to home, and I wanted to use a few of these. So the basic question is, can diversifying corn and soybean systems with small grain and forage crops reduce requirements for purchased inputs, maintain or improve productivity and profitability, and do those other things? I think we can all agree we know it's going to do those other things. We know if we have rotation, we're going to have fewer weeds, we're going to have fewer disease problems, it's going to be better for the environment. But can we make money doing it, right? Because at the end of the day, you got to pay the rent, you got to pay yourself, you have to be able to make money in a rotational system. So can you really do that? So here's what he did. He set up 3 different rotations, and he started doing this, I believe, in 2006. So he has a 2-year rotation of just corn, soybeans, corn, soybeans, corn, soybeans. He's got a 3-year rotation in there of corn, soybeans, and the oats are underseeded with red clover, and then red clover is plowed down as a green manure crop. He's got a 4-year rotation of corn, soybeans, and then oats with alfalfa under it, which he then harvests and sells the hay, right? Which would be the way we used to do it a long time ago, or not even that long ago, 20 years ago. Oh, I'm not going to go, I'm going to go through these pretty quick. So the 2-year rotation, the nitrogen fertility management was they applied 100 pounds of N at planting, and then they put side dress nitrogen on as they needed it according to soil tests, okay? In the 3- and 4-year rotation, they didn't put on any fertilizer at planting, and they just side dressed nitrogen as they needed it. So they were watching their fertility pretty closely. And this is what happened to their fertility, to their fertilizer use, and it says herbicide, and maybe that'll show up here in a minute in these magic slides from Practical Farmers of Iowa, but mainly what I wanted to focus on was what happened to N fertilizer use over that 3 years. So in that 2-year rotation, they averaged 147 pounds of added N per corn crop, which was a 74 pounds per year in a corn soybean rotation, right? They put it all on the corn crop, but over the rotational average was 74 pounds a year. In that 3-year rotation, they only added 23 pounds of N to that corn, and in a 4-year rotation, only 20. So they reduced their, even in a 3-year rotation, they reduced their N by 88%. A, that saves you money. B, anybody hear about Des Moines suing 3 counties just north of them for nitrates in the water? Well, okay. Let's connect the dots here, right? I mean, if we can reduce our N use, we can reduce the nitrates coming out of the pipe. It's probably a good thing long-term for farming, right? So I'm going to skip the fertilizer part. Of course, it reduces soil erosion. It makes sense that it does. I'm not going to go into the details there. What does it do to yields? So 2-year rotation, and this is starting in 2006. The corn has averaged 188 bushels per acre over those. What is that? 9 years. 3-year rotation, the corn has averaged 194 bushel. 4-year rotation, the corn has averaged 197 bushels. You can see how the bean yields go up. No surprise, we start to get rid of cyst nematodes. Bean yields go up. Okay, that looks pretty good. So what does that mean in terms of dollars and cents? What does it mean to me as a farmer on my bottom line per acre over the life of that rotation? 2-year rotation, I'm averaging $404 net return. And this is not just gross return. I mean, they've done their homework on this. This is all costs, and they've actually measured all their costs in these different tillage trips across the field, the cost of the seed. Every single input is being measured here and put into this system. So it's not just, oh, are we grossing more money? This is actual net return. 2-year rotation, $404 an acre. 3-year rotation, $420. 4-year rotation, $433. So again, are you making more, when you grow that oat crop, are you making more money than growing a corn crop? Of course you're not. Your corn crop is always going to, or not always, but usually it's going to make you more money per acre on a gross basis, absolutely. But what does that mean over the lifespan of that rotation? That's what this slide is all about. Questions on this? Because I think this is one of the key slides that I'm going to show today, and I want everybody to I want to make sure everybody here gets this, even if they don't believe it. Okay, and they actually will, if you go to the Practical Farmers of Iowa website, they actually will tell you the actual varieties that they used. Both. They used both. They actually used, they compared a triple stack, I think it was a triple stack, not a smart stacks, to a conventional variety. They used both. And they weren't getting premiums for non-GMO or something like that. It was just standard farming. Okay, I'm running out of time here. So conventional non-traded corn, which was originally what Jim kind of wanted me to talk about, we've seen, in our business, we've seen a lot of growth in our sales of conventional corn over the last 5 years. And it hasn't all been driven by this non-GMO verified marketplace. Largely, it's been driven by other factors. There's certainly farmers that are getting a premium for their non-GMO corn, and that's an important thing. But a lot of farmers are planting conventional corn for other reasons as well. Why? They see more profit per acre because obviously the seed costs a lot less. They can manage their weeds and insects using an IPM approach. They don't have to just put smart stacks corn out there whether or not they have a rootworm problem. And again, they can get that premium for non-GMO grain. There's Roundup resistant weeds. I think we all know that. There are weeds out there that Roundup just doesn't handle very well anymore. So most farmers are using a pre-emerge on their corn acres anyhow. So we're starting to go back to a little bit more conventional corn chemistry and using Roundup as an efficient, over the top later in the season to get some of the weeds, or as a burn down. But we're spending more money on chemicals anyhow. And there's excellent conventional corn chemistry available. There's really good conventional corn herbicides out there that do a great job of weed control. Also, and one of the big selling points of genetically engineered corn is it's resistant to rootworm. Well, guess what? Some of those rootworms have figured a way around those proteins. Now, it's not true for all of them. So the original yield guard rootworm event, I think it's Mon 810 from Monsanto that we called yield guard rootworm, and then also the original event from Syngenta called Agrosure rootworm. There are rootworms in southern Minnesota and northern Iowa that can chew on those plants happily and not die, right? If you're planting Smart Stacks corn or Herculex Extra, there are 2 proteins in that plant that confer or that can kill rootworm larvae. And one of those proteins is still toxic to rootworm larvae. So if you're planting a stacked hybrid, like a Smart Stacks or a Herculex Extra, Optimum Maker Max, you are getting some rootworm control out of it. But there are rootworms out there that are chewing on this corn, and so some farmers are using rootworm insecticide even when they plant Smart Stacks corn. So how does that make sense, right? Other thing, and I'm going to talk about this more, conventional corn genetics are very competitive. So we've got very high yielding conventional corn genetics. And I've talked about that bottom point already. So, all right. So this are our sales of conventional non-traded Viking corn over the last 5 years. Pretty good growth. And I'm not saying every corn company is seeing that kind of growth. They're not. Some corn companies don't want to sell conventional corn. But we've seen very steady growth from farmers coming to us and say, hey, I want to plant conventional corn. Does it yield? I think our sales would indicate that it does, but I'm going to show you a couple things. Oops, got an extra slide in there. So this slide, I'm going to share with you a little bit at my peril. This is some private data, and this isn't like a public trial where you're going to see a whole bunch of hybrids that you recognize, although there are some pioneer hybrids in there. So what this is the kind of data we look at to choose hybrids. So when we go through a lot of data and all winter long trying to figure out what hybrids we're going to plant next summer to sell the following year, right? And so we're looking at this data all the time, and this is just an example of that kind of data. So the reps shows, over 50 reps for all these hybrids. All these hybrids were planted in these locations. They're all direct comparisons. They're ranked by yield. So the highest yielding hybrid is at the top. Often these trials are sorted by moisture, but this one's ranked by yield. And the ones in green are interesting because they're all identical genetically. So NJ5724 happens to be a 107-day. That's an awesome hybrid, okay? When they originally offered it to us, I was like, wow, this is so great. It's a super good yielding hybrid. It's got great stalks. It got great roots. It's just a really first-class hybrid. And we actually tried to grow it in the seed field, and it produced 70-pound seed. How many people want to plant 70-pound corn seed? Not very many, right? So the hybrid has an issue. It's got a seed size problem, but as a performance, as an actual hybrid, it's an awesome hybrid. Well, this is interesting because there's 3 different versions of it here. The top version is a double pro. So that means it's got 2 corn borer events and no below ground insect protection. It's resistant to Roundup. This version right here is a triple pro. So it's got 2 corn borer events and 1 rootworm event. This version right here is a Smart Stacks. So in there it's got 8 different events in it, right? It's got 2 corn borer, 2 rootworm. You can spray it with Roundup, you can spray it with Liberty. And there's actually 8 different genetically engineered events in that hybrid. That one yielded 222. That's the most traded version of that hybrid. The least traded version of it yielded 234. And this is over 50 reps. So my point here isn't that Smart Stacks corn is bad. I'm not saying that. I think there's actually is a place in my mind for Smart Stacks corn. My point is that just because you add more traits to a corn hybrid doesn't mean it's going to yield more. And that may be old news to some of you and to most of you in this room. I don't know. But that's my point in this slide. It's just that traits don't intrinsically add yield. All they do is protect yield if they're introgressed correctly. And it's not the easiest thing in the world to get 8 genetically engineered traits into a hybrid like this. So you'll notice that the Smart Stacks version is more than a point wetter than the Double Pro, which is not unusual. It's got Herculex Extra in it, which is a difficult trait to work with. Okay, I'm going to skip this slide in the interest of time, but it basically shows the same thing. This is public data. So here's Viking 7204. It's a 104-day conventional, very high yielding hybrid. This is a first trial, 2014, Northwest Iowa, 6 locations. So this is a summary, right? You got Albert City, Emmitsburg, Laverne, Moreland, Paulina, Remsen, six different locations. It's replicated at each location. There's actually 75 hybrids in the trial. They only show the top 30 because they don't want the guys at the bottom to feel bad. And Viking 7204 comes in third out of 75 hybrids. Look at this, you know, Double Pro, Smart Stacks, Double Pro, 3000 GT, Smart Stack, Smart Smack. There's another, Spectrum has a conventional hybrid in there, right? But most of these are all Smart Stacks and Triple Pros and 3000 GTs. Well, how is a conventional hybrid coming in third? My point is not that it's going to come in third every time or it's the best hybrid you can buy, although it's a pretty good yielding hybrid. It's just that it's competitive. So the idea that somehow conventional corn genetics can't keep up with Smart Stacks genetics is simply not true, okay? If you choose the right hybrid for your farm. Here's another one, first trial in, can't even read it, Kossuth County. There's a 95-day conventional, comes in fourth out of 66 hybrid. There's a 101-day conventional, you know, it's competing. It's coming in 15th or 20th out of 66 hybrids. This is another summary trial. This one's in North Iowa, not Northwest. Viking 5701, it's a 100-day, coming in 5th out of 66 hybrids. Almost all of which, if you look at this column here, almost all of which are Smart Stacks and Triple Pros and 3000 GTs. So my point isn't that conventional corn wins every time. It doesn't. It's just that these conventional genetics, if you choose the right hybrid, are going to compete on your farm if you control the insects. Now, if you plant conventional corn in a place where you've planted corn on corn for 8 years and you don't do anything about the rootworms, you're going to have a problem because those corn rootworms are going to chew on the conventional corn. But if we control the insects, either through chemical means or by rotation, the conventional corn is definitely going to yield for you. This is a different kind of way to present it. So here I've compared the traded version to the non-traded version in our own internal data. 2014, 11 replicated locations across southern Minnesota, northern Iowa. There's a 95-day. The single trait Roundup version out yields the triple version by about 9 bushels, or actually 11 bushels. Here's a 92-day. The conventional version of the hybrid out yields the Double Pro by 8 bushels. Here's a 95-day where the Double Pro actually yielded 2 bushels more. 11 locations, and each location is replicated. So each location is replicated 3 times, so you'd say it's 33 data points. And here's one where it didn't happen. So here's a case where in this particular set of genetics, the 3000 GT version just absolutely killed the conventional version. And I would say that's because this 3000 GT version was a really good conversion. When they did that trait conversion onto this particular hybrid, they came away with a better hybrid than they started with. And that occasionally happens. Question?
How do you basically grow the seed for these conventional types that you're talking about and keeping them from being contaminated from pollen from GMO? I mean, you must have separate growing areas in order to produce the seed.
So the question is, to repeat the question, how do we keep the seed pure that we produce? And that's a constant problem. And I'm running out of time here, but to be brief, we're not always successful at that, to be honest with you. And so we've created, because pollen moves, right? When you grow a field of conventional hybrid seed corn, if it gets contaminated by neighboring fields, or if the seed stock that you bought was contaminated, as sometimes it is, you will end up with hybrid seed that has levels of GMO in it that are too high. So what we've done internally, we've created a different class of seeds. So we have Viking conventional corn hybrids, and then we have Viking natural seed hybrids. And that natural seed is an additional label that we put on the bag, and you're going to pay me more money for it because the tests, each time I test a lot of seed, costs me $300. And I have to do a lot of tests to find lots of seed that have a GMO level that are below 0.9 or 1. I guess we allow 0.99. So anything below 1%, we'll put that natural seed tag on. But we have to do a lot of testing to come up with seed lots that will meet that standard. And we are doing. Last summer, we did a thing where we actually planted a hybrid seed field, a big one for us, a large, our best-selling hybrid, 6001. We planted a large seed field, and we had the seed grower harvest the outer I can't remember if it was 24 or 30 rows. All the perimeter of that field they harvested and put in a bin, and then the center of the field we harvested and put in a different bin, thinking that, well, the center of the field will be much purer, right? And so we can sell that with this natural seed label. It didn't work. The center of the field was just as contaminated as the outer ring. So this summer we're going to try a different method. We're going to try to grow some 95-day corn in 110-day corn country, thinking that we can isolate it by, by maturity essentially. So we're trying different things to get there, and there is now actually a naturally occurring, basically a pollen exclusion system called pure maize. Has anybody in here heard of pure maize? A couple people. So you can plant pure maize corn and it cannot be pollinated by neighboring fields, which is really cool and it works. Only problem is there's really only two hybrids right now in the whole United States that are pure maize. So it's very, very limited genetically because it takes a lot of money to get this thing working. And put into hybrids that farmers would actually want to plant. So that's a long answer. And I think I should basically stop there because I'm taking up more time than I should. I'll take questions, yeah. Yep. Oh yeah. They're replicated on the farm side by side. Yep.
Okay, so when you have a conventional hybrid next door to a traded one, I'm assuming they're using a protectant of a insecticide or something on the conventional, or just nothing?
They're all treated exactly the same.
Okay, thank you.
So the question was, on a first trial, do they treat the conventional hybrids with an insecticide in order to make it a fair test genetically with the SmartStax hybrids? And the answer is no, they don't. They treat all the hybrids exactly the same. Some hybrids, they might actually, on some farms, they might be using an insecticide as part of their regular planting process, but all the hybrids would be treated the same. Question?
Want to buy the Monsanto traits to breed in your corn, what do they charge you a bushel?
So the question is, what does Monsanto charge for their traits if you want to put it in your corn hybrids? And the answer A is I really can't answer that question because I'm bound by the terms of our contract. We're not allowed to reveal that kind of information. The longer answer is, it's basically, if you do a little math on your own, if you call up a company and say, what do you charge for conventional corn? What do you charge for SmartStax corn? You can get a pretty good idea. Is that an answer? Question?
When seed companies start out developing seed, whether it's corn or soybeans, do they start with a conventional, basically a conventional seed, and then put the traits in?
Good question. So do seed companies breed conventional varieties and then put the traits into it, or do they start with the traits right in the parent seed? And the answer is, for corn, all the major corn companies have done some what they call forward breeding, where the traits are actually in the inbreds to start with, but most of their breeding is conventional. And so we see a lot of hybrids come out as conventionals first before we're able to access them with traits, okay? On the bean side, it's actually more frequently the case that they're just breeding Roundup Ready 2 beans, or they're just breeding Roundup Ready 2 Extend beans. They are still always maintaining a breeding program that's pure conventional, so when they come up with a new trait, they can put that in there. So they always are maintaining conventional varieties, but they do a lot more forward breeding with soybeans because it's simpler, right? They're true breeding, they're self-pollinating, it's not like corn. Okay, any more? Well, I'm going to stop, even though I didn't get to all my slides because I feel like I've taken too much time already. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mac. You met our expectations and more. And we'll have more time in the future. Maybe we can do a teleconference call or a webinar and spend a little bit more time on this because it was really good information. And it's somewhat confusing, isn't it, to all of us? You know, global warming and GMO, and there's all kinds of facts and information out there. So it's nice to have somebody like Mac, who's in it every day, kind of lay it out for us. So thank you. I know that he's got other obligations he's got to run to, so thank you. And he left some information on the back on several handouts.
I'll see what I left back there. So I left a couple seed catalogs because I'm a salesman. I'll confess. And also I left back there a sheet of companies that are paying premiums for non-GMO and organic grains. So if you want to grab that sheet and call them and see what kind of premiums are available. And then I left another sheet on some examples of conventional spray programs for both corn and soybeans, for those of you who are interested in trying conventional corn or soybeans again, just some examples of programs that farmers are actually using. So thanks again.
Thank you. And they have a wonderful garden center over there too, if you need to have garden seeds. Farmer Dave was over there the other day, snooping around a little bit. Well, Dennis is getting ready. Let me ask you a question. We talked about the importance of carbon yesterday. How many semi-loads of air would it take, you think, to get 1 bushel of corn on average? How many semi-loads of air would it take to get enough carbon to build 1 bushel? Anybody got an idea? Air, yeah. To get enough carbon. So put it in semi-loads, you know, a semi, how much air capacity? It'd be about 1,300. It takes about 100 pounds of glucose to build a bushel of corn. Think about that. And so as you think of our plant factories and what they got to put together to meet the demand, just mention that the information that we're providing here is being videoed and will be on our website and probably available next week. We archive a lot of our information on there. You can go there. We have a teleconference call once a month, the third Thursday. Usually we cover an agronomic topic and a kind of an animal manure topic. Next week, we're going to have a teleconference call. You can plug in from 8 to 9 o'clock and you can ask questions. It's going to be, I believe, next week on fermentation of high moisture forages with Ken Hamilton. And we're also going to be talking about odor control on the manure side. So Dennis here is an agronomist. He's been with our company 13 years. He does a wonderful job. He's got a son and a daughter, lives up at Sauk Center, Minnesota, and talks to growers all over the country. And so he's going to share with us a little bit about big yields start with healthy seedlings. So Dennis?
Thank you, Jim. What I'm going to basically discuss is ways to get that plant off to the absolute best start you can, whether it be seed coating, you know, planting into a good soil, having good seed soil contact, all those different types of things. So how do you raise a healthy seedling? It starts with an ideal environment, and that means basically when you go out there to plant, you don't want things to be too wet. You don't want things to be too dry. You want a nice happy medium. Soil temperature is extremely important. A bare minimum is 50 degrees. You don't want to be out there before that. And look at your forecast. If you've got a cold front out there coming, don't go out there and plant. I've seen that so many times. That, oh, well, it was 55 degree soil temperature, but well, we had 20-degree weather coming in behind it, and that soil temperature dropped, and you don't get your seed popping up in, you know, 3-4 weeks. It just sits there in cold, wet ground, and it doesn't do anything. That's hurting the vigor of that plant. It's going to hurt germination, all those types of things. So be smart when you plant. You only want to plant once. And I tell my growers that a lot too. How many times do you want to plant? Because many times they'll go out there and they'll push it ahead. Some of them will go out in March and plant, or early April and plant when it's way too cold, and they have to plant again. So you want to have nice aggregated soil that's full of biology. You want to have a lot of air in that soil. Just like us, the soil needs air. Those microbes need air. And if you don't have it, they're going to struggle. Warm air temperatures, like I was talked about the weather fronts already. A seed coating can make a tremendous difference on germination and in vigor. And later on in my slides, I'll show you that. So back on the seed coating, what's in our seed coating that makes it different? It's a combination of microbes. There's multiple strains of fungi, multiple strains of bacteria. There's nitrogen fixing bacteria. All of these are very important to, to establish a good a seedling and get that plant off to a good start. Contains also a blend of minerals and nutrients. Those microbes need those minerals and nutrients to survive and to thrive. And that seedling needs the minerals and microbes to germinate and to have good vigor. It's available in liquid and dry formulations. The dry is really convenient. You can put it on with a dry applicator. I'll show you some pictures later on. Put it right on your tender, and it'll drop it right into the hopper as you load your planter. It's a graphite talc mixture, so it coats the seed beautifully. Or the liquid, it needs to be done with a seed treater. We're not crazy about sending the liquid to you guys and having you treat it. It just depends. We have to find out what kind of treater you have. As long as you understand how to put it on properly, then we can do that. But there's some things that we have to go through to make sure that you can put it on properly, or even your seed dealer if he can put it on properly, because we don't want to have any headaches. Seed coating will produce a more robust root system, a larger stalk, and overall a healthier plant, and that's what we're after. And here's kind of a picture of kind of the different layers that we put on. It's a lubricant, which is the graphite, and the talc mixture is a lubricant. It's a combination of bacteria and fungi. There's a kind of a pop-up on it as well. There's some nutrients in there to help pop that seed up and out of the ground. There's biostimulants. It energizes the microbial activity around that seed, improves seedling health, and improves nutrient availability. And then there's an energy supply that improves the seedling vigor. And then our different formulations, there's 2 different liquid formulations. That's Profitproag NB, which is basically is taking the bioseed coating, adding a little bit more to it. That's kind of the Cadillac. The bioseed coat's more the Chevy. And then the Profitproag PB is the planter box dry. And it's just a real nice formulation for you to do it hands-on. You can even put it in your own hopper box. If if you're a smaller farmer, you don't have a tender set up, that type of thing, you can just put it in your hopper, mix it up with a drill with maybe an auger attachment. It'll coat beautifully, and you move on. And then we can do it with and without soybean inoculant for your soybeans. So we have a nice soybean inoculant formulation with 3 different strains in that, and I'll get back into that here in a little bit. One of the biggest things that's in the seed coating is mycorrhizae fungi. And I started reading a book that David Whitman recommended called Cows Save the Planet. And here's some of the different things that they talk about for all the benefits of mycorrhizae. Basically what mycorrhizae means, it means root fungus. And what happens is the mycorrhizae will form on the root system of most plants, but there's some brassicas that they won't be able to form on the brassicas, like horseradish and turnips. I have a large horseradish grower up in northern Minnesota. They farm about 800 acres of horseradish, and they work with Silver Springs Horseradish Mustard Company. So he raises a bunch of the horseradish for them, but mycorrhizae will not form on horseradish. The horseradish will not support mycorrhizae. So you have to have a symbiotic relationship between the root system of that plant and the mycorrhizae itself. They work together to support each other, and horseradish won't support them. So I kind of found that interesting. The fungi will form small hyphae, and these are like tiny little fingers. If you look at, what root hairs look like on corn roots or soybean roots, they're even tinier than that. They're really hard to see. Sometimes you have to see it with a microscope or a hand lens. And those tiny little hyphae are so important, and they will extend out. They will find moisture. They will find nutrients, especially phosphorus. And phosphorus, it seems to be a big problem on an availability basis. We see our phosphorus levels are quite low on many of the soil tests that I look at on where we want to be on an available basis. And mycorrhizae can help free up some of that phosphorus and make it available. We talked about oats freeing up phosphorus and making it available. Mycorrhizae kind of do some of the same types of things. Yeah. There's carbon in them, yes. Yeah, are the coatings carbon-based? And yes, there is carbon in them, absolutely. Carbon is one of the main components of it. There's some carbon in the biological, so yes, and it's a good energy source. So, absolutely, absolutely. We'll continue on with mycorrhizae. It forms glomalin, and glomalin is it's kind of a liquid, sticky substance. It's a glue, if you will, that will hold soil together. So mycorrhizae will form this glomalin, and what this glomalin does, it helps soils aggregate and gives it structure. Earthworms, they have kind of a glossy, I wouldn't say it's necessarily glomalin, but they have kind of a glossy, slippery surface to them, so they can go through even dry soil. And that's kind of the same structure, if you will, as glomalin. And this glomalin will also prevent wind and water erosion. And then the mycorrhizae will also allow 50% pore space, 50% soil particles, which is what you want in an ideal soil. So you have water and carbon dioxide, air exchange, water exchange, that type of thing. They create beneficial enzymes and proteins in that plant, for that plant. So mycorrhizae are extremely important for that as well. The plant provides mycorrhizae with carbohydrates or sugars that the fungi, that the mycorrhizae will use. Again, that's that symbiotic relationship. So the plant provides the sugars, and the mycorrhizae can only accept certain types of sugars. Only sugars that the plant will produce. You know, mycorrhizae can't just survive in the soil without a plant. They have to work together. They have to survive on that. They need that root system of that plant. And in turn, that plant needs the mycorrhizae will provide that plant with nutrients and water and energy. Let's see, they can only use, right, I said that already. They can only use the carbon source that that plant provides as their energy source. Mycorrhizae fungi is the main way that trees survive in the forest. You know, you don't go out there and fertilize trees. That's how they survive. They survive with long chains of mycorrhizae all across those forests. And they provide the nutrients and the water and the sugar and everything else for those trees to survive. They contribute to producing a larger and healthier root system, which is what we want in our seed coating. And they're affected by pesticides and fertilizers. And nonetheless, we don't see a lot of mycorrhizae in conventional agriculture because we're killing them off with all kinds of pesticides. Fungicides are really hard on mycorrhizae. Insecticides, and of course, Roundup. They're all hard on mycorrhizae. We talked about Roundup being a biocide. Well, it's going to kill off mycorrhizae. So we need to put it back out there, and that's why that seed coating is extremely important. Tillage, absolutely. Yep. Tillage will kill mycorrhizae too. It is. Yep. Anytime you put a fungicide out there, it's hard on the biology. Absolutely. That's the part that the chemical industry won't tell you. Yep. Most of the corn seed already has some type of fungicide on it, whether it be, the Cruiser Max pack. No, it's not Apron. I can't think of the fungicide now. But they put a fungicide on the corn to help with seedling diseases and that type of thing. So most of your corn seed is already treated. But it's definitely hard on the biology, for sure. They infect and attack predator pathogens that are harmful to that plant. So mycorrhizae can do a lot of, this is actually other components of the seed coating. These other components are beneficial fungi, like trichoderma is one of them. They will actually attack a pathogen. And I think it's on Life in the Soil. There's actually a picture of the trichoderma coming in and just actually eating that pathogen and killing it. It's pretty cool. They create competitive exclusion, and Jim has talked about that. Basically, the good guys will overtake the bad guys. So you want to have more good microbes in your soil than bad, of course, so that they can fend them off, basically. And then they'll colonize the root and protect it from pathogens. So these other beneficial pathogens or beneficial fungi will also colonize the root just like the mycorrhizae. So you have a synergistic effect again. They work similar to mycorrhizae in that they find nutrients and moisture, supply the plant with enzymes, organic acids, and proteins, while the plant supplies them with carbon and plant sugars. Same type of thing, work symbiotically with the plant. And then they contribute to a larger, healthier root system. There's also bacteria in our seed coating. And those bacteria are actually well adapted and can handle many different environments. So you can put it into a cold, wet soil. I don't want you to go out there and say, well, I got seed coating on, so now I can plant it into a cold, wet soil without a problem. You still want to watch when you plant. You want to try to plant that into the best condition that you can. And watch your weather fronts and that type of thing. They grow rapidly and proliferate and utilize the seed and root exudates. Carbon in the form of sugar again, colonize and multiply in the rhizosphere and the interior of the plant. And the rhizosphere is basically, it's that environment around that root system. That's your rhizosphere. So they'll colonize around that area, and that's where you're going to have the most biology, is right around that rhizosphere. The bacteria will also produce bioactive metabolites. We talked about these yesterday on what the, in the forage fermentation, how all these metabolites were formed after you ferment that forage. And that's some of these same types of things. These bacteria can also produce those plant antibiotics and growth hormones and things like that, all designed to help increase the vigor and the overall plant health. They compete aggressively with other pathogens and protect that plant from infection. So in a sense, you're kind of putting a fungicide on with our seed coating, because it is going to help prevent some of these other pathogens from getting in there. Exactly. And I don't really have a problem going with naked seed. And in fact, we'll see some of the yield data here in a little bit. Byron Seed did a lot of their testing, and they used naked seed, meaning there was no pathogen or not pathogen, no fungicide or insecticide on that seed. So they were using completely naked seed, basically organic or conventional seed, and they got a better response than what you're going to get if you're using treated seed. If you're using seed that already has a fungicide on it, just because that fungicide is affecting our biology and our seed coating. Okay, it triggers SAR, which is a systemic acquired resistance, and that kind of goes into this competitive exclusion that we've been talking about. It triggers the plant's defense mechanism to kick in and help fend off that plant. So basically, it's the immune system of that plant. These microbes are going to trigger that immune system so that it'll fend off diseases, pathogens, and that type of thing. They colonize the root and compete with other pathogens, and then they can actually prevent that root or that pathogen from attaching to that root. These microbes are pretty amazing. And then also the other bacteria, it's a form of actinomycetes, and that's that smell that we see. We have that smell in the soil, that real earthy smell. That's actinomycetes that are forming that. We also have nitrogen-fixing bacteria in there called Azotobacter. And basically the plant and the Azotobacter work symbiotically. Again, the plant supplies the Azotobacter with sugars and ATP, which is an energy source. It's adenosine triphosphate. It's an energy source that the plant produces. And then the Azotobacter supplies the plant with nitrogen. And then the nitrogen-fixing bacteria, continuing on here, they harvest nitrogen from the atmosphere, and they can fix it into ammonium ions that the plant uses. The ammonium ions are used more later on in the season, and that's for more in the reproduction. So it's really important to have that ammoniacal form of nitrogen later on. It's going to help you with test weight and that type of thing too. and then have several enzymes that allow it to fix nitrogen, with the main one being nitrogenase. And the main enzyme is molybdenum iron nitrogenase. That's why moly is so important. We talk about moly being an extremely important nutrient. We haven't this conference, but if you ever talk to me, I'll tell you about it. Moly is extremely important for that, that molybdenum iron nitrogenase enzyme. If you don't have the moly, you're not going to have efficient use of your nitrogen. What else is in our seed coating? We talked about the nutrients a little bit. So we have the nutrients in there to supply those microbes to help them fully function and thrive. And then we have a biological solubilizer and stimulant in there. It stimulates all those microbes, gets them active, gets them going, and then the solubilizer will solubilize those nutrients, make them plant available. Okay, and now here's kind of some of the results that we've seen. Right up here, we have the bioseed coat and the Profitproag PB, and you have the control. You can see the difference in the germination here. You can see the difference in how that seedling or how that sprout is so much more advanced than the control. And then right in here, you can see mycorrhizae forming. And this mycorrhizae, we tested this in the lab. We had mycorrhizae forming in 4 to 5 days with our seed coating, which is quite amazing. In regular field conditions, you could take, probably a month to 6 weeks to have mycorrhizae form in a regular field situation without putting mycorrhizae on that seed. And what I'd like to see is how fast can we get mycorrhizae to form in that field? I'd like to see that test sometime, so we'll have to try and figure out how to do that. And then up here we can see the difference in the height between the Profitproag and the control. And here's a plant down here, seedling. You can see the difference in the root system. And then overall in the plant health, that one's kind of hard to see with the light, and you can see the difference in yield here, or difference in the ear length between the control and the bioseed coat. Oh yeah, there's a stem diameter difference there. And then down here, this was back in 2005-ish. We had Profitproag over here on this side, and we had a control over here. We didn't have the Profitproag on, and we had like a 90-mile-an-hour wind for 15, 20 minutes, and it just flattened most of the corn in the area. But over here, with the seed coating, those plants stood up pretty darn well. And it ended up being like a almost 40 bushel difference, mainly because they couldn't get this, this area up. And the other side with the Profitproag, they could go through and combine it normally. Root growth, stem diameter, and plant health, a little bit of everything. Overall plant health. And then back down here, we have difference also in the biology. The biology around that plant will be much looser. It'll be more aggregated. There'll be more earthworms, much more biology where we put that seed coating versus the control. And you can see the difference in the soil right here. Look right here especially, you can see how that soil crumbles, and right here it's very blocky, very little structure to it.
On that, was that naked seed or was that treated seed?
That was treated seed, yep. And the yield advantage was between 5 and 15% is kind of where we've been. And I'll show you more specific yields here in a little bit. I'm already past my time. So here's some of the results. This is from 2013. This is a real interesting study. This is by Byron Seed out in Indiana. They had a major difference in germination. They had very cold, wet conditions, and not ideal to plant in, that's for sure. But look right here, your overall average was 31,000 population with the bioseed coat, only 24,000 with the untreated. And you can see a difference of about 37 bushel or so, mainly because of the difference in germination. So that was a huge difference. And then they did some more testing this year too. This is what we found in 2013. This was on treated seed, so it had the fungicide on that seed. Yep, 85-day hybrid. Yeah, I was planted on June 20th. That was a pretty rough year, wasn't it? Very wet, wet year. And this is basically that other picture I showed you. It's blown up a little bit more, but you look at the difference of the ears here and look at the difference in the soil as well. You can see it on the stalk. You know, the stalk is definitely a bigger stalk, healthier stalk, and the soil is much healthier too. In 2014, Byron Seed did the same study. They did both the dry formulation and the liquid formulation, and they had a 29 bushel response with the dry and a 15 bushel response with the liquid. Again, this is on naked seed, so that is going to make a difference. But you can see why we're so high on this dry formulation, and it's a very simple product to use. They also did some profit code on the ryegrass as well that they were using as a cover crop, and you can see the difference in the roots here. Tremendous difference in the roots. And again, how do we build bioactive carbon? We build it with roots. So you're going to build a lot more carbon with this root than you will with this one. The Profit Coat PB is also available with the OSI, which is our organic soybean inoculant. It doesn't have to be organic. You know, you can use it for conventional as well, but we just call it that, so it'll qualify for organic or for conventional. It's a 3-strain bacteria, so it's good in hot, dry, cold, wet, and high nitrate situations. So it's pretty much will cover most of your situations for your Brady rhizobia for creating nodules on those plants. And then our Profit Coat PB is. Here are the application rates. It's 2 ounces for corn and 1 for soybeans and grasses, alfalfa, and cover crops, that type of thing. That's 2 ounces per unit for those. We've got it's a polyvinyl pouch, and there's different sizes. You'll have a scoop in there. It's a 1 ounce scoop, so you can measure it out. And here's some of our dry applicators. We have 2 different dry applicators. We've got kind of the Cadillac right here, which is the stainless steel one. It's a lot more expensive than the plastic one down here. But those are 2 different ways you can attach it to a tender and drop it right into the hopper as you load your planter. So it's very convenient. Many guys already have some type of applicator already. You'll probably be able to use those. Those applicators, they'll use them for like talc distribution for their planters already. That's probably going to work fine. So, well, it can be previously treated, yes, but we prefer to have naked seed just because you'll get a better response. But you can still see we got a 9.8 response even on treated seed. So you're still going to get a response, and that's it. Any questions? No, the liquid molasses, the question was, they use liquid molasses in their pop-up. Will that hurt or help? That will help, because that's a form of carbon that's going to feed the microbes. Absolutely, that'd be a good stimulation of them. Any other questions? Mm-hmm. Yep. It will. It will. It's a talc. The question was, will the treater for the belt conveyor, will that be enough to mix that seed up with that graphite talc mixture? It's kind of like a 80-20 talc graphite mixture. It'll coat beautifully. And in fact, you have a packet on the front of your tables of what that consistency will be. Kind of looks like this. It's just like graphite. It'll stick right to your fingers, and it'll stick beautifully to that seed. It's a real nice coating. What was it?
What's in that packet? It's mostly talc and graphite?
Right, but it's got all the microbes in it too. It's got the mycorrhizae. Yes, yes.
What percentage of that formula is in basically microbes?
you only have about 5 to 8% graphite, so the rest is all mineral-based and microbial-based. There's about 10 technologies that we have in it. Some of them we don't tell you about.
No, I don't want to go your point. What I was just curious is just so if you've got, to take X amount of material, you've got so much of some minerals, and you've got some azobacteria in there, and you've got some mycorrhizae, and you've got a bunch of these things in there.
Yep.
So I was just wondering, you got
It's pretty much this, if you would say 50% microbially based material, 40% mineral based, and 5% talc based as far as proportions. One of the things, Dennis, that, you know, you can talk about, maybe address is that everything we do is microbially based, but every time we work with it in any part of the production system, we always put minerals with it. Right?
Yep.
And why do we do that?
Yeah, we do. We always put the microbes and the minerals together because they work hand in hand. The minerals will feed the microbes, and the microbes need those minerals to thrive and to survive. Absolutely. Produce the enzymes and all the metabolites. It will definitely help, yes. It's not a guarantee for sure.
Along with planning for 200, retreat everything ready to go, how long for planning?
You-
A week, 3 days?
No, you can put the dry ahead on the seed for even 100 days, 120 days ahead of time without a problem. No, even if it has a fungicide on it, it won't affect it. You can put it on early. No, you'll get a good, what we did, a lot of the research with Byron Seed was with air planters. You'll get a good coating that way too. No, it won't be sticky.
I'll pass some around. You got some on your table, but you can put your finger in it and you can see how it coats. We did last year, was our launch year, and one of my suppliers gave me some product off spec, which was a little bit hygroscopic that created some problems. We pulled some product back, and since then we've remedied that issue. So we feel very confident in this technology. Just to give you the confidence that Byron Seed has, they're treating all their corn this year with the liquid version, which is quite a few units, and they purchased enough of the dry to do probably 10,000 units of corn. And they market primarily to the Amish and dairy side of the industry. They got about 300 dealers throughout the Midwest that they work with. We've been working with them for about 5 years, and they market it under their own brand. We branded it under Kingfisher Gen 2 for what we call BioSeed Coat Liquid, and then they market the dry under Kingfisher Gen 2 PB. And so we put together pouches that treats 2 bushel of corn, the gold ones. This one here will do 10 bushel of corn at 2 ounces, and then we have a black pouch that'll do 20 bushel. So if you want to do 100 units of corn, you get 5 of the black pouches and you have enough. We also have it in the silver pouch for soybeans at 40 ounces. That includes the rhizobium strains right in it. And so it's kind of packaged. It's really convenient. These are Ziploc bags. And, you know, if you're putting this over treated seed, obviously you're going to lose some of the viability on the microbe, but you're still going to have the mineral package there. You're not going to lose them all. And the nice thing about the planter box, normally if you have treated seed, there's no way you can return it. I mean, it's your seed. So by putting this on at the farm level, you can determine then to treat or not treat depending on weather conditions, or have this. If you want to send us your seed, we will put on either the Profit Coat PB or the Bioseed Coat, and we can do that right here. And it's a dry portion and a liquid portion that we put together at the time that we treat, and then we put it on the seed, and then we dry it as it goes into the tote or into the bag. And we can take bag seed in, we take it out of the bottom, and then we treat it, and then we put it back in the same bag. We just sew it up. So there's all kinds of things we can do. We have 3 seed treaters in the back. One's purely organic, nothing else goes through it. One is GMO, and they're in a different room. And then we have one for more the natural. So contamination and the liability issue is something that we think about every day, and it takes a lot of clean out and care. And the organic side, we have to track everything that hits the door up front, both the seed and ingredients, all the way through the system to where it goes out. And when they come in and inspect us, he'll grab, let's say, Bill's corn that was treated, and he wants to then track it all the way through the process. And that's how they evaluate us, and we got to have the paper trail. So it's pretty rigid, very time consuming. So we do a lot in the organic area. We're, I think, one of the few companies. That's why we do a lot of work with Albertley Seed House, because they don't have any way to work with organic seed over there. And so when we're treating or bagging or rebagging, then they use our unit over here. So it's been a real good relationship. So we're ready to move on. And again, we're very fortunate to have with us. Are we ready to go there, Webmaster? Okay. Ken Hamilton now is going to be online, and then after Ken, we'll take a little break. If you need coffee or water or go to the restroom, then just go about it, and then we'll take a break after Ken gets done. But what we want to do here is talk about how to improve yield and quality, mainly the nutrient density and the test weight of grain and forages with Ken. And Ken has a lot of in-depth knowledge in this area, and we want to tap into that. So Ken, we welcome you again today, and we enjoyed your presentation yesterday. So John, are we ready?
Okay, hold on, here we go. Is that it? Have you got it, John? Okay, send me the... We're up? Excellent. Well, greetings from sunny Arizona. And Dennis, great job on your seed treating presentation. As we get into the process of growing high quality forages and grains, there's some basic principles that if we'll follow and things that we'll be mindful of, we can really dramatically increase in all of the crops that grow. And Okay, John, can you hear me? Okay. Okay. For some reason, this this hotel here, occasionally we drop something. I'll try to watch this signal and just give me a quick call if we jump off, and I'll connect us back on. I hope we don't lose this again. All right. Have you got it? Okay. That's the first slide there. John, I've got this control box on my right side. How do I minimize that? Well, I've got this box covering my PowerPoint. Yeah. Okay, this one covers my PowerPoints though. It's covering the right side of my PowerPoint. I don't dare click it off. I don't dare quit it, do I? Right here? No. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Oh, hold on. Okay. Okay, how can I minimize this little screen area? Okay. I'm not sure. Well, that. Okay. No, we're trying to. Uh-huh. No, I can't do that one. It's the one right there. Is that? No, I can't. That just moves it. it'll move it to a different place. But I can't. If I could. This didn't show up at all yesterday, John. I didn't have this screen in the way.
I think I can X one out.
It quits it. It just quits. It just drops the whole thing. We don't want to do that.
Okay. Minimize this. Yes. Escape.
I don't want to escape it. Yeah. I can see my slides. Can you see my screen okay?
Okay, let's come back together.
I'll
Please,
deal with
we're
this
ready
on
to
my
go.
end. Yeah, when it works, it's great. When it doesn't work, it's interesting. Okay, on my webcam, John, should I stop? Should I just?
Okay, if we can have your attention, please. Let's go ahead and I think we're ready to go. One of the things that I wanted to mention to you while we're waiting here to get seated is that everybody should own a refractometer. And the reason is you have a manual refractometer or you have a digital refractometer. And by squeezing some juice on your plant with a garlic press, you can tell right away whether you're in the sweet zone or not on any forages or any crop. And the key to that is you want a brick level of 12 or higher. And if you get in the 15 to 18 level, you're doing very well, because that means your soils are working, you're mineralizing your grains and your forages. And in the dairy industry, if you're feeding 8 brick alfalfa hay and take it to 15 to 18, I can guarantee you milk production will go up 20% in 2 to 3 days. It's all about mineral and energy. And then if you fermentate that forage like we talked yesterday, you will further improve it. So we have these available here if you want to purchase them. And I will pass around a refractometer sheet for all the crops that you can look at. So are we ready to go with Ken now? Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you, guys. Sorry about the interruption. Growing high quality forages, and especially our cereal grains, requires that we use not only the atmospheric gases, but all the soil minerals. And when it comes to soil minerals, we're talking about some 80 or so of these various minerals. And when we talk about putting a plant together, the soil is the point at which the assembly lines of all life take off. And fertility is the balance between the elements. It's not only each individual element, but it's a balance of all soil minerals are necessary. Soil and minerals work together or work against each other. It's the imbalances that cause the unavailability and the loss of other minerals. Over time, we've done a great job of putting back NPK, but as we grew forages, we have sent down the road not only the NPK products that we applied back, but also the trace minerals. And so we've lost those. And so all of the soils that we test now are very, very deplete in trace minerals, and we've got to get those back. When it comes to growing plants, you've got the 9 minerals that are responsible for 99.5% of plant structure. And when we look at the other half of 1%, it's our trace minerals. Now, this is like a tractor. You can have a 75,000 pound tractor out there and it's all structure, but without fuel, it doesn't run. And fuel doesn't have to make up but a very, very tiny portion of the tractor weight. But these are your trace elements. They are the minerals that activate the enzymes that run all the plant function. Just like a tractor that doesn't run without fuel, plants do not run without trace elements. And all of these minerals are working in tandem with each other. Oftentimes, to get phosphate utilized, you have to have zinc. Zinc relies on other minerals, and it goes around and around. And so all of these mineral utilizations are interconnected and they're interdependent. Enzymes are these wonderful catalysts that react with and change all of these products into different forms. They put things together, they take things apart. They're mainly proteins, and the job of an enzyme is to speed up the rate of reaction, and they're very specific. Enzymes require trace minerals, and molybdenum does not substitute for zinc, nor does it substitute for copper or selenium. Okay, they're very specific. Enzyme bonding, you can take the same 3 minerals and make all different types of products out of them. That's what enzymes do. They take raw materials and they make and construct new compounds. The cofactors, the activators are our trace minerals, first and foremost, then our organic and water-soluble vitamins. Enzymes. Again, we've talked about enzymes being very specific. We can take, for manganese, we can take specific enzymes and we can see the exact function of that enzyme throughout the plant's growth. We can go into molybdenum, and as Dennis talked about in his presentation, the molybdenum is crucial for nitrogen fixation, especially those rhizobium that are fixing into gas, atmospheric nitrogen, and your conversion of your nitrate products. And this is how it happens. The nitrogen uses the molybdenum, it activates the nitrogenous and nitrogen reductase enzymes, and this is how we take elemental products into compounds, into amino acids, into proteins. So it's all the enzymes activated by trace minerals that do this. Nickel activates many of these vital enzymes in plant and animal functions. Zinc alone activates over 300 enzymes. And so it's very crucial that these trace minerals are present. When we have wheat lodging, our cereal grains going down, it's a deficiency mainly of manganese and copper. These 2 trace minerals run what is known as the polyphenol oxidase enzymes, and they're responsible for building the cellulose structure of plant stems and stalks. And without adequate trace minerals, mainly manganese and copper, will have wheat lodging and our plants will go down. When we get the manganese and the copper up, we have much stronger stalk strength. And again, you can see too much nitrogen ties up copper, and we have the expression of lodging. This will happen in our grasses, it'll happen in our grains, this happens in our corn plants. Bricks, Jim talked about this. All of our plants that we grow on our farms, we can measure with a Brix level, a refractometer, and it gives us an indication of the sugar, which is the sucrose, and the dissolved minerals, the dissolved solids in the plant. And when we are able to get our plants up into the good and excellent range, we have insect resistance, and we're going to start forming those high quality forages that will create grain weight in our cereals, quality, and it will be superior feed for our animals. And this is an important observation here. This is an organic egg from a chicken that was fed on a wide range of grains and mineral-based diet. This is a concentration camp egg that came on a nutrient-deficient diet. And so as we look at what our cereal grains are used for, if the nutrient content is not in the grain, it will not end up being in the product. So as we look at our growth stages of our grain, we can look at our various stages from germination down to seedling development, and we get into our tillering. And as this plant grows, it's determining how many kernels it's going to keep as it goes through its various growth stages. And this becomes very crucial in how we get our nutrients to our plants and the timing of those. What I will tell you is, as Dennis reiterated about the seed treatment, is getting these plants off to a healthy start is 80% of the battle. We start with a seed that's not working well in a wet or soil, or the nutrition isn't there, or the pathogens are there. It's going to struggle the entire season. The quality won't be there, nor will the yield be there. And so as we look at this, there's various stages on which these plants grow and how they determine yield. Grains are one of those marvelous plants that start with 100% of their yield intact. And then at a certain point, they start to abort those kernels and they start reducing what they're ultimately going to produce in the end. What we're trying to do with grains and other forages is maintain the potential yield that comes within the plant. And that all depends on how well we manage the minerals that we utilize to grow the plant and the biology that transform those minerals into nutrients. Right here in tillering, again, this is a very early stage. One of the highest yields respond for the plant is when we put on nutrients early on. This is tillering, and this is absolutely crucial that these plants receive these nutrients early on in their growth stages. Stem elongation, right here, as the plant starts to stand up, we have the spikelets and the florets. They're here, they're all intact. Now, I like to have the major supply of the nutrients on these grains early on. A lot of people like to say it's fine to put things on at flag leaf and later. We've lost the ability to affect our yield. What happens is, as we get into booting, this is when the plant decides to abort the kernels. And it's basically checking the fuel tank, and it's assessing what nutrients it has. And so if our plant starts with some 250 kernels and it decides it can only keep 40 or 50 of them, we've again lost the majority of our yield, because the plant realizes it didn't have the mineral base to maintain those florets, and it will start aborting at the booting stage, which is right there before we go into flag leaf. And our plants will continue the abortion of these kernels all the way down to flowering right here. And this is where floret abortion ends. And at this point, all we can do is fill or finish what the plant decides to keep. So early on, we have to make sure that we maintain our nutrients and our biology to get this plant fed and the nutrients held within its stalk and in its leaves. And so down here at the soft and hard dose stage, if we need to increase protein, we can actually put on some ammonium and move the protein levels up. We can tell you a little bit more in depth how to do that. But right through here at a soft dose stage, if we fly on about 20 units of nitrogen, and it'll all turn into protein and increase the protein content in those grain heads. You have to have a viable flag leaf, and we can't have fungicide or fungal damage on the leaf for this to work. If we've got a good active functional flag leaf, this will work beautifully. Okay, and so as you look at this, we want these kernels that we're growing to have a high mineral content. We want them to have high weight, and we want them to be very, very stable so that we don't have issues with milling, and that we have a seed that's worthy of reproduction the next year. One of the critical factors in growing any of your cereal grains, and oats again are no exception, these plants have a nutrient uptake. They have a diet, and they are going to go for the nutrients that they need when they need them. Having us understand what the diets are and when the minerals are required by the plant in what ratios helps us to modify our fertility programs. And so right here, I want to make a note. Look at stem elongation. Again, all of our cereals will take up a huge amount of potassium. In this case, well over half of the potassium comes in the plant in stem elongation. This is just before the stage where the plant decides what it's going to keep or what it's going to abort in the number of kernels. Again, we see this in corn. In all of our forage and grain products, we have this huge potassium spike that occurs just before grain set. And it's very crucial that we manage our nutrients accordingly. Most often, our sulfur is coming in late. Sulfur is our yellow line, phosphate is our blue, nitrogen is our green. And so again, the majority of our nutrients here are coming in before the plant decides what to abort and what to keep. And every function of every cell, from protein production to cell detoxification, oxygen utilization to hormone modulation, requires a specific nutrient in order to occur. And so if our plants aren't functioning right, it's because a mineral is missing and that operation is shutting down. Okay, here is a vital importance in our agricultural practices regarding root systems. The aerobic zone in our soils may only be a few inches. In a lot of the soils, we have high magnesium content, and it tends to make our soil sticky and heavy. We need very much to be able to get through those compacted zones and get our roots down into the extensive third and fourth order roots, because this is the bulk of where the nutrients are brought up into the plant through these finer roots. And we need to increase this aerobic zone, so getting our calcium to magnesium ratios right in our soil is very important. One more big aspect that we need to talk about here is CO2 is more important to high yield potential than nitrogen or any other mineral element. And this is something that we often overlook. We always think it's NPK that's driving our plant yields. It is not. Absolutely not. It is CO2. Soil, microorganisms, and higher plants. Without question, the most collective, active, accurate work on soil microorganisms came out of the Soviet Union and was published in English in the early 1950s. This comprises about 80 years of research, and it is without question, the best research done on plants and soil biology. And what they are saying here, the most important component of the soil atmosphere is carbon dioxide. The formation of CO2 depends to a large degree on the microbial metabolism. Everything that favors growth of microorganisms increases the generation of CO2. And this is kind of a paradox that we live by in modern agriculture, because we do everything in our power to kill these microorganisms in our soil, and then we can't figure out why our yields aren't going up. And let's look at this a little bit closer, because we need to understand what the CO2 components of our plants are. There are indications that plant roots not only release but actively take up CO2. The amount of CO2 from the soil may be the same magnitude as coming from the atmosphere and may even exceed it. Okay? The higher the concentration of CO2 in the soil, the quicker it finds its way into the plants via the root system. So when we look at CO2, we look at carbon to nitrogen ratio of plants. When a seed emerges, it's a very close carbon to nitrogen ratio, that of 10 to 1. As it grows, we're adding CO2. Our carbon to nitrogen ratio goes up to 20 to 1, 30 to 1, even 40 to 1. When we start to go into maturity and seed reproduction, we can be as high as 50 to 70 carbons to 1 nitrogen. And then as the plant senesces and it dies, we have plant material from 100 down to 250 to 400 carbons to 1 nitrogen. And it's not just 1 nitrogen, it's also 1 nitrogen, 1 phosphate, 1 potassium. These ratios, carbon is the largest element in our plants as they grow. They outstrip our nitrogen uptake 10s and 20s and 50s and 100s to 1. So nitrogen doesn't have a front seat in growth. It is carbon dioxide, and carbon dioxide comes from microbes. You want plant yield, you develop microorganism colonies and populations in your soils. We stop killing them. We learn how to manage them and encourage them to feed our plants and protect our plants instead of relying on chemicals so heavy. This is where yield comes from. When we look at a plant dry matter weight, we come up here and carbon, 45%, oxygen, 45%, CO2, a little bit from water, a tiny bit from nitrogen, NO3 here. Hydrogen is 6%, nitrogen is less than 1.5%. We have 4 elements that make up 99.5% or 97.5%. Just these 2 are 90% of our plant dry matter weight, CO2. This is what's driving our plants. Down here, the other 5 elements make up another 2%. So it is carbon dioxide that's the main driver in yield. All the other minerals will build structure, the trace elements will put in quality. Our soil biology, it's absolutely crucial we manage these resources. We have different levels of soil microorganisms. We have decomposers, we have predators, and we'll talk more specifically about that. Life in the soil, we have our bacteria and our actinomyces groups. We have our fungal groups, we have algae. We get into our protozoa and our nematode groups. And all of these play a vital role in how soil microorganisms function for not only plant nutrient, but also pathogen control. Soil microbes, they decompose plant and animal residue. They liberate nitrogen and minerals. They oxidize and transform fertilizers into usable forms. And so what we don't often realize is virtually every mineral fertilizer that we buy has got to be changed over and over and over and over into a usable form for the plant to take up. And then also, again, as the enzymes within the plant build different structures and compounds, these minerals are being changed over and over. And it is biology that is the major transformer of these minerals into plant available forms. And we've got to have those there. Our microbes should be everywhere, in our root systems and on our plants' leaves. If we have adequate soil biology, we can protect our roots from the pathogenic organisms. On the leaves, we can protect them from airborne diseases, such as our fungal diseases and our bacterial diseases that can be transformed from air. Again, work from the soil, microorganisms, and higher plants. It is also well established that plants can absorb various microbial metabolites, vitamins, antibiotics, and other compounds through the leaf surfaces. We often think that it's only through the roots that plants take up nutrients. They are putting out exudates on the leaf surfaces as well as the root systems. And the beneficial colonies of microorganisms can and should be grown on those leaf surfaces as same as the soil. We see this with tissue damage. Our leaf surfaces, when pathogens come in and land on those, they utilize those sugars and the exudates that are on the leaves. They establish themselves, and then they start to destroy the leaf tissue that we see in dots or spots or streaks from them colonizing. If we'd had good microbial beneficial populations on those leaf surfaces, the pathogens would have never been able to get established and damage the leaves. When we look at all of our plants, there is a bacterial and a fungal ratio for our different plants that we grow. If we look at our weedy plants, they like high bacteria, low fungi. The crops that we grow out in our fields, about 1-to-1 ratio, 1 bacteria to 1 fungi. When we get into orchards and fruit and conifers and our old growth forests, they're very, very fungally dominated and very, very little bacteria. And so as we set our soil conditions, biology-wise, we want to make sure we have the right microbes there, the right balance of microbes for our plants. Microbial balance is just as crucial as mineral balance, and we need to have them there working for the plants. Again, microorganisms on the leaf play a huge role in plant protection and nutrition. As a plant grows, so does the biology activity. In our early summer, as the plant is ramping up through vegetation, so is the biology activity. And as it comes in here into reproduction, the plant's nutrient uptake starts to slow and the biology populations start to wean off. And you look at the plant nutrient uptake diet and the microbial activity, and they're almost a perfect mirror of each other. Okay? Bacteria, on average, are 5 carbons to 1 nitrogen. Fungi, 20 carbons to 1 nitrogen. These are our decomposers. Our predators are the protozoans and the nematodes. And these guys do not eat plant matter. These are the microorganisms that eat the decomposers. Protozoa eat bacteria. Nematodes primarily eat fungi. And then our micro and macroorthopods on up to earthworms, they eat the predators who eat the decomposers. These guys, the big fish in the soil eat the little fish. It's the same as in the ocean. And so this is how it all works. When we look at bacteria and our fungi our protozoa groups and our nematode groups all have a very different carbon to nitrogen ratio. But it's not just carbon to nitrogen, it's carbon to phosphate, carbon to potassium, carbon to calcium and magnesium and so forth, even our trace minerals. And so as a protozoa eats a bacteria, these microorganisms need to maintain these carbon to nitrogen ratios just as you and I do. You and I are like protozoa, we're 30 to 1. We need to maintain 30 carbons to each nitrogen. That's our ratio of balance. So for a protozoa, he's got to eat 6 bacteria to maintain his 30 carbons. In doing so, he's going to pick up the nitrogen that comes with the bacteria. So once the protozoa eats 6 bacteria, he's now got 30 carbons but 6 nitrogen. The protozoa, like you and I, cannot retain that many nitrogen, so they're excreted into the soil as NH4, ammonium. The same thing occurs as nematode eat fungi. For nematode to maintain his 100 carbons, he's got to eat 5 fungi. He has excess nitrogen, it has to be released. And it's the same cycle as the big fish eat the little fish, the excess is released, and the carbon to nitrogen ratio of the organism is maintained. This released material, not only of nitrogen, but phosphate and calcium, magnesium, and the trace minerals, becomes the plant food. And Dennis talked about this in his presentation on seed treatment. The big difference is in survivability of these populations that were planted. The treated material had a much better increase in the survivability due to the soil biology, to the minerals that were there to help that plant get started. Huge difference in what happens when you have biology and minerals assisting these plants as they start early on. Okay, here's some wheat fields that we have up in Montana, and this summer we were up looking at the root systems. And if I go back here, as you look at these, you can't see this very well, but these fields had flag leaves that were, many of them were over 1 inch wide. This farm was the first time that we had used the seed treatment, and I talked them into putting some trace minerals down, and yeah, yes. Right here. Okay, this one is, we took one of these wheat plants that had these huge wide flag leaves on them, and we wanted to see what was in the root system. And you can start to see these earthworms that are poking out of this material. And I think we counted 5 earthworms in this little tiny handful of root system. And for that many earthworms to be present, there has to be an incredible population of bacteria and fungi and protozoa and nematode, because earthworms are not organic matter eaters. They are carnivores. They're eating microorganisms. That's their food source. And you can see the proliferation of earthworms in this soil. This particular field, they've had a 30-year history on this ground of growing 80 bushel of grain on wheat. This year, with the trace minerals that we put down and the seed treatment, they went to 120. They took a 40 bushel jump in 1 year. And they had test weights on their grain at 66 and 67 pounds to the bushel. These people have never seen this kind of increase. And it came from the microbes and the minerals that were utilized in growing these plants. This work was done, again, you look at the potential of root systems. This took 2 years to complete. because it takes a long time to count 14.5 billion root hairs. And this is off of a single rye plant. And there's some astounding potential with these plants to put out these root systems and have this surface area coverage. This is absolutely how nature expresses infinity in a defined or a minute area. And we need these root systems to have access to these soil particles, and it's the fine hair root systems that are producing the nutrients for the plant. Dennis talked a lot about this, so we'll go through it quickly. Mycorrhizal fungi. You can see the dramatic difference between that which is treated and that which is not treated. Okay? It enables these plants as a secondary root system to pick up nutrients. These mycorrhizal fungi hyphae are approximately 1/100th the size of the root hairs. So they can get into cracks and crevices and water and nutrients and soil surface areas that the plant roots can't. This is an important factor in what we look at how we manage crops. If I could live my life over again, I would devote it to proving that pathogens seek their natural habitat, diseased tissue. Rather than being the cause of the diseased tissue, that is, mosquitoes seek the stagnant water, but do not cause the pool to become stagnant. And as we think about that, we often blame soil pathogens or insects for destroying our crops, and that's not true. Dr. Albrecht said it the best. The presence of insects, disease, and pathogens in the field is not the reason for the crop failure. These are merely indicators that the crop has already failed. And it's due to our management of microbes and minerals. This out of soil microorganisms and higher plants. Microbes are present only if there is a correct food source. Pathogens are attracted by a different food source than our beneficials. And this is emphatically true, guys. Pathogenic microorganisms do not have the digestive system, specifically the pancreas, to deal with high sugar mineral content plants. Their job is to take out mineral deficient, low sugar, low component plant material. They cannot eat healthy, nutrient-dense plants. So if pathogens are there, we're getting a wake-up call that our nutrient density is not adequate. Mineral fertilizers do not diminish, but on the contrary, they noticeably increase the content of inhibitors or pathogens. Mineral fertilizers refer to inorganic chemical fertilizers void of bioactivity. What this is telling us, guys, is much of our synthetic refined fertilizers that we buy encourage the pathogens in our soils. And it's the microorganism converted minerals that are of a far higher quality that give the plant the nutrients that it needs in the right form for the density that it needs to, and the pathogens simply go away. And so simply putting out a fertilizer isn't going to solve our problems. We need to have that biological component to transfer these fertilizers into a plant usable form. And this is the situation with plant pathogens. They feed on unhealthy plants and they remove nutrient deficient plants. Nature has a way of preserving the survival of the fittest. And these plants have not earned their right to reproduce. And unless they are nutrient dense and that they will support higher life forms, nature will take them out. Our complication is that we kill the pathogen, harvest the nutrient deficient plants, and then we utilize either the plants or the grains, and we can't figure out why our livestock or we as humans are sick. Well, this is it, guys. As our plants are not adequately nourished, the pH within those plants change. And as we move more off center, the percentage of disease attack, either to the acidic side or the alkaline side, dramatically increases. Nature will take out these plants. When you look at your beneficial range for your beneficial organisms of fungi, bacteria, and earthworms, it's right here where the plant should be. We have some of the chemicals that we use are very devastating on our soil biology. Not only does it reduce the good guys, our pseudomonads, our manganese reducers, and our mycorrhizal, as Dennis was talking about, it dramatically increases the rate of our pathogens as they control and colonize in the root system. And these are at very, very minor rates of glyphosate. And you can see up to a 500% increase in fusarium within a few days of a glyphosate application. And this is putting on 1/10 to 1/8 of the normal rate of one single glyphosate application. And so, again, these microbial populations are very sensitive to glyphosate. Here is a field where you just see a slight overspray. And we've got soil pathogens that are now killing these plants, take all, prior to harvest. And you can see this, that when on these edges and these corners, these oversprays, how these pathogens are taking these plants out. This plant right here is completely dead. Okay, there'll be nothing in these heads right here. This is take-all disease, and you can see a healthy plant here, all the way down to this one is completely gone. There's no root system left, and this is what it looks like, a healthy plant. Yeah. Okay. Okay, did it move? Okay, I'm still connected. Okay, we got this one. Okay, okay, that was the microbial activity of glyphosate. Okay, okay. This right here is simply overspray. And just a little extra application of glyphosate has a dramatic effect on the increase of pathogens where this glyphosate is oversprayed right through here. You can see the death occurring in these plants due to soil pathogens at an increased rate. This particular plant right here on the left center is completely dead. There'll be no kernels or grain in these heads. This is take-all disease, and it is absolutely stimulated by the use of glyphosate. Again, yeah. Okay, we're okay? Okay. The root systems are virtually completely gone on your take-all plants. As you look at a healthy root system and a wheat plant that is dead prematurely with no root system, this is where these pathogens are destroying these plants. Again, this is the organism right here that's responsible for take-all, and you can tell by the black crown and the completely deteriorated root systems. Okay, glyphosate has a huge effect on our grain quality and our milling quality, and also the quality of the seed to reproduce. As we know, glyphosate is a chelator, and it means that it's tying up the trace elements in the plant. It's going to shut down plant enzymatic functions, and glyphosate will reduce the production of the plant primary metabolites, which are carbohydrates, proteins, fats, and oils. And then it has a dramatic effect on the plant's secondary metabolites. And this is where the quality all comes in. This is where the health components of the plant, for the plant's operation, for the plant's nutrient content occurs. Glyphosate will reduce our grain yield and quality and cause poor seed construction, and will have very poor seed stability. Glyphosate and pathogens. Glyphosate increases the pathogens in our soil and also the pathogens in our seed, and it increases the dry rot after harvest. I was talking with several of the gentlemen working on Goss's wilt and seed treatments yesterday and last week, and what they're finding in a lot of the corn seed is that heavily infected with Goss's wilt, they can take last fall's corn and have it lose much of its weight between fall and the next spring, which means that the dry rot component, or the clavibacter causing the Goss's wilt, is actively rotting the seed after harvest. And what they're seeing in some of the cases is you'll go from 90% germination of the fall seed down to as low as 20% germination of that same seed group by spring. And so Goss's wilt is a devastating organism on corn. We are testing the Goss's wilt product that we have. It is 100% effective against the Goss's wilt sister organism clavibacter in potatoes, in bacterial ring rot, and it should prove to be completely effective against Goss's wilt in corn as well. They're identical organisms, so that testing is underway, and we have that Goss's wilt product for our seed treatment and a foliar this spring. But these organisms are stimulated by glyphosate. They reduce weight and germination. When the glyphosate is in the seed or the plant, it increases the pathogens in the animal's rumen. It affects our intestinal tract. And then these pathogens produce these toxins in our digestive tract, and we lose our health and our productivity. And so glyphosate and pathogens go hand in hand. We need to be aware of this, because it is a devastating chemical for plant health and animal and human health as well. Okay, right here, we're used to buying all kinds of biocides, fungicides, insecticides, everything that, nematicides, all kinds of things we put out in our soil. The soil itself has the ability for the beneficial microorganisms that produce the antibiotic substances which can suppress their competitors. Probably one of the most important things that we can take from soil microorganisms, higher plants, is soils are regenerative. If we manage those biological resources properly, the microorganisms play a protective role against the pathogens, and we can change the microflora in our soils by being conscious of it and encouraging the beneficial guys to reduce the pathogenic populations, and that's our best control. We have mycolytic bacteria that dissolve the mycelia of fungal pathogens. Our sclerotinia, our fusarium, our verticillum, verticillum, our pythium and phytophthora. These can all be controlled. Our fungi that trap nematode, those constricting loops. We're going to go into some pictures of this very, very quickly here. Krashilnikov made this very profound statement. The soil possesses the ability to rid itself of pathogenic bacteria entering it. He continues, to a certain degree, microbial antagonists regulate the formation of microbial colonies in the soil in general. They play an important role in the improvement of the soils in the so-called process of self-purification. The removal of harmful pathogens and phytopathogenic flora and fauna is accomplished by the microbial antagonists. Those are our beneficial guys. Here's a picture of a nematode being trapped by a beneficial fungi. And we also have this product coming out in our seed treatment available this year for soybeans that have nematode, for wheat fields that have nematode. We can put in the beneficial fungi that come through and trap these pathogenic nematode. And this is how nature controls pathogens, is you've got to have the proper organisms there. And this is what happens in the process of pathogenic control. Biological control agents, trichoderma. We have numerous species of trichoderma in the seed treatment, and these again are fungal control. They are beneficial fungal organisms, and they are notoriously deadly on taking out pathogenic organisms in the root system. And this is in the seed treatment product that Dennis was talking about. Actinomyces antagonists. These actinomyces have a wonderful ability to take out fusarium and these pathogenic microorganisms that cause plant loss and damage. Other biocontrol agents, we can go on through the list. Naturally occurring beneficial microbes have the ability to control our pathogenic populations. Compost mineral tea. This is a process by which we take microorganisms, the beneficials, in huge diversity of biology. We have hundreds of thousands of species of bacteria. We'll have tens of thousands of species of fungi, thousands of species of protozoa, and hundreds of species of nematode. We'll brew those up. Looks like a giant root beer vat here, but it's actually food and minerals and growing the microbes. And there's 80 some minerals in this solution. We have tremendous diversity of microorganisms, and what we're doing is reproducing these microorganisms and putting them back out into these fields. This is in Idaho through a pivot system on potatoes. And again, instead of using commercial fungicides and nematicides and poisons, we're using natural biology to go through and manage these pathogens. All this is a very, very huge tank. We have an air system in the bottom that produces a lot of microscopic bubbles, and we have a frame that sits here on top, and within that framework we can put bags full of minerals and compost, so as the water and the air filtrate through the material, through the bags, we move out the microorganisms, we dissolve the minerals, that's in solution, and it's put back out on the fields. And so as we talk about the plant primary metabolites, we need to have the basic structure there of carbohydrates, proteins, fats, and oils. And these carbohydrates are put there from sunlight, from CO2, and from mineral concentration. Our proteins, yeah. Yes. Okay. 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 Well, we're good now? Okay. Okay. The plant primary metabolites are our carbohydrates, proteins, and our lipids. Okay, those are the three main components that when the plant starts to grow, these are the first components that it builds. Our carbohydrates, sunlight, CO2, oxygen, water, our mineral content. This comes from our major and secondary trace minerals to form this photosynthetic process. Our proteins are next to be built as these plants form more complex structures. And the last are our fats and our oils. Okay, and again, these are our omega-3s and our omega-6s that come in the plant tissue and in our forage tissues. This is the main component. Our omega-3s will be in about a 3-to-1 ratio of our omega-6s. And that's why forage plants for animals are so healthy. In our diet, in the American diet, our omega-6 ratio is about 20 to 25 omega-6s to 1 omega-3. That is completely wrong. That omega-3 needs to be 2-to-1 or at least 1-to-1 with omega-6s. So plants get it right. French fries at McDonald's gets it entirely wrong. So guys, if you want to get healthy, pay attention to your omega-3 and omega-6 ratios because the plants have got it right. Okay. When we talk about plant secondary metabolites, this is the part where the plant builds all of these wonderful, incredible structures. They have all of these wonderful processes going on, but this is where we develop quality in our forages, quality in our grains, and we pass on the nutrient availability for other higher organisms to function properly. This is where the substance and the vital nutrients are built in plant structure. Right here is these plant secondary metabolites. And you know what some of these are: alkaloids, terpenoids, phenols, and sulfonated amino acids. And as we look at some of the alkaloids, caffeine, nicotine, morphine, cocaine, these are all alkaloids. We're familiar with those particular products. Terpenoids, we have essential oils, we have our carotenoids. This is where the yellow in our egg yolks come from, our butter fat, our lard and tallow. These are the components that give color and those type of things to some of our products. When you look at the phenols, okay, this is where your red and your purples and your different colors come from in your vegetables. And for example, phenolic acid, salicylic acid, this is aspirin, all right? Plants make these wonderful compounds. When we come down to our sulfonated amino acid groups, we have anti-cancer, we have liver detoxifiers, we have antibacterial, antifungal, antiviral, and on and on. And these plants are designed to make these various compounds. As we get into our essential oils, okay, you have monoterpenes, you have more than 1,000 of them, sesquiterpenes, 7,000. Diterpenes, there are more than 3,000 of these guys. When you add up just the terpenoids alone, we have discovered over 22,000 compounds. And each one of these compounds has between 300 and 800 different components in each compound. So you start doing the math, and we're somewhere around 7 to 15 million different compounds just in the terpenoid group. That's one of 4. So these plants have an incredible design. There's not a design flaw in the gene structure. That's man-made nonsense. There is a flaw in our fertility and our mineral and our microbial management. If these plants are not making these highly nutritive, health-promoting compounds, it's because we're not nourishing the plants right. These plants produce incredible components, but only if the trace minerals and the nutrients are there to support the growth and function of these plants. You can go in, and I'm going to move through these fairly quickly, but what you see here is A-pinene, B-pinene here, bone reabsorption. This stops, inhibits bone reabsorption. This is what osteoporosis is all about, is we're demineralizing our bones, and we have a plant component here to stop osteoporosis. And there's another component down here, limonene, cholesterol suppressant. The highest selling group of drugs in the world is statin drugs to suppress cholesterol. Well, look at that. We have different components in just the monoterpenoids that have cholesterol suppressant. And this isn't simply taking cholesterol out of the blood system. This is stopping the processes that cause cholesterol to stop in your veins and irritate your vein linings, right? Monoterpenoids, again, you go into antimicrobial, antibacterial, antifungal. These components are designed to control pathogenic organisms. Okay, I'm going to move through the sesquiterpenoids very quickly because I want to go into a particular slide here where we get into, these are our plant growth regulators. This is where gibberellin comes in. This is where our seed germination and our stem strength comes in. All of these materials, stem elongation, these are the secondary plant metabolites that should end up in our seeds that control the reproduction and the health of our next generation. If we're not building our plants right, our next generation is not going to be as good. Right here are 350 different phytoalexins from 30 different plant families. These phytoalexins are the plant's chemistry that allow it to change to protect itself against herbivores eating them, insects attacking them, and pathogenic organisms in the root systems coming after the roots, and airborne pathogens coming after the leaves. Plants cannot make these phytoalexins or these chemistry changes without trace minerals. And so it's vital that these plant secondary metabolites have the trace minerals to function and build this. Lignans, again, our cell wall strength, our water transport, all of these shields that are built to protect against pathogenic organisms and protect the plant's immune system, okay? It's all run by copper, it's run by manganese. These minerals drive the enzymes that build this structure in our lignin through these plant secondary metabolite processes. And here, guys, this is some wonderful information Jim shared with me on our nitrate loads in our Iowa rivers 1.5 years ago. And as you look at the loss of our nitrogen, you look at the different collective systems or watersheds, and you begin to see the estimated tons of nitrogen, the pounds of nitrogen leached from the farming soils into these various watersheds throughout the year. And we're talking hundreds of millions of pounds of nitrogen. These fertilizers that we apply to our soil don't hold well. They don't stay. And the problem is we lose those fertilizers at a high rate. Biology does not work this way. Biology is not inefficient. Microorganisms are a far superior form of our mineral management than our soluble ionic fertilizers. And so as we look at this, we start looking at the content of nitrogen that we lose. Almost 160 tons just from about 8 or 9 watersheds here, an estimated value. That's a lot of money, guys. And again, a lot of the nutrients that we apply, we're losing. And as you look at just the watersheds that were monitored here in Iowa, that's a huge loss of our mineral ratios. And so, guys, the biology is absolutely crucial in managing and retaining our minerals. We cannot grow high quality grains or forages without the aid of the microorganisms on the leaves and especially in the soil. And so that's basically the content of the material that we wanted to talk to. Is, guys, it all boils back down to microbes and minerals, and it's absolutely crucial that we understand how to utilize these resources so that the crops that we grow have high nutrient content, we have a barrier against pathogens, and it's worth feeding to the animal and human populations that rely on these crops to survive. So with that, John, Jim, turn things back over to you. We got questions?
Anybody have a question you'd like to ask Ken? That was a lot of information, but the amazing thing to me is what the Creator did in putting all this together. We can't even begin to comprehend it. What these plants will do and produce if we give them the right building blocks to do it. And, you know, when we look at our population here now, as far as crops and livestock and humans, and we see, you know, the sickness that we have, you begin to understand why, because things are out of balance. So does anybody have a question you'd like to ask Ken? Yes. Okay. You want to go ahead and ask?
Ken, yesterday you were talking about the fermentation, and my question is, if you start out with a high bricks product, are you seeing a far greater benefit with fermenting that versus a low bricks forage?
Oh, yes. In a lot of ways. The high bricks forages will convert far better to meat and or milk, or whatever its consumptive use is. I did a test with a dairy here in northern Utah where we took their alfalfa from a typical 6 or 7 bricks to 15.5. And when we fed that 15.5 alfalfa, the milk flow on the dairy increased from 5,000 pounds a pickup to 6,000 pounds per pickup in 2 days. When they ran out of the high bricks alfalfa, the milk flow went from 6,000 pounds down to 5,000 pounds in 2 days. And so there's a tremendous ability to increase production off of nutrient content. That's how everything is driven. And then also, over and over and over, if we can get our bricks in alfalfa up to that 14, 15 level, we have no weevil, we have no aphids, we have no insect attacks. And you get it up high enough, the grasshoppers leave. They simply don't have the digestive system to deal with high sugar, high mineral dense plants. They can't eat it. It is not their food. So both in producing the plants and not using insecticides and those type of things, but also in feeding the plants, there's a tremendous benefit in getting these nutrients up and these Brix levels as high as you can get them. The higher you get them, the better the plant will perform and produce, and the better the animals and the humans will be that eats it.
Ken, this is Larry Acker, the weather guy. Is there any way that you could get me a copy of that Russian study for the CO2 and why you need it? The reason is I got locking horns with the global warming people later this summer. And just the more ammunition I can get, the better I'm off. So is there any way you can get that? Thank you.
John, what was the question? Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, Ken, that
Absolutely.
was Larry Acker. You know Larry, and he's got to go up
You bet.
against some of the global warming people, and he needs that data and that information to help him out.
Absolutely, Larry. I'll send it to Jim and he can forward it on to you. There are a lot of studies on that. They're incredible. Absolutely.
Okay, any other question somebody would like to ask? Ken, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
It's a pretty simple question, but you know, when you talk about this carbon to nitrogen ratio, it's interesting because the dairy cow or the beef cow knows that ratio better than we do, don't they? And if you turn a herd of cows out into a pasture or a hayfield where you got young forage and you got older forage, where are they going to go first and why?
They'll go to the young forage because it's below their carbon to nitrogen ratio. When you look at beef animals, they're very similar to us. They're about 30-1. And so they're wanting material that's 10-1, 20-1, 30-1. They don't like material that's 70-1 or 100-1 or 200-1. They can't live on it, and they instinctively know that. And so the higher the carbon to nitrogen ratio in the material, the more they shun that forage because they instinctively know it's not their food source.
Okay. Any other questions that you might have? Yes.
Does that have anything to do with the fermentation product?
Yes. What happens is in the fermentation process, all the material that we're breaking down is high carbon material. It's high cellulose. That material can be 150, 200 carbons to 1 nitrogen. And what we're doing is we want to break those high carbon chains down. Now, what makes it soluble is its size. It's got to be very, very tiny to get absorbed through the papillae or through the villi in the small intestine. And so part of that is we've got to have the reduction in the carbohydrate structure, which makes it go from an insoluble sugar to a soluble sugar. Now, cattle can smell this, but the nitrogen component in these high carbon to nitrogen ratio forages, it's not in the plant, but through the digestive system, the nitrogen component is supplied by the bacteria themselves and the protozoa. A large, probably 75% of the ruminants or the ruminant's protein content comes from the microbial population. It doesn't come from the food source. And in fermentation, we need that bacteria, protozoa population to be completely as high as we can get it, so that that protein ratio is there with the carbon ratio for the cow in that final consumption or the digestive process. So absolutely, we've got to have the proteins, but they don't come with the plant. They come in the microbes that we put in through fermentation so that we balance the carbon to nitrogen uptake. And that's how these animals are staying so healthy through the winters on these forages, is on fermented forages, they'll overwinter 10 times better than just out picking up 100 to 200 carbon to nitrogen ratio material, because we've got such better populations of biology in the fermented material that supply the protein with the carbohydrates that are reduced so that they can be absorbed as simple sugars.
And can moving that energy, the glucose molecule, can that move across the villi into the bloodstream, into the cell, or is it broken down even further than that?
It's the material, the cellulose, is broken down into what we want to see it down is back into 8 and 10 and 12 and 14 short chain sugars. These carbon chains, we want them back into these very low numbers. When they get up into the high long carbon chains, they're hard to absorb. And so they've got to be broken back down. And it is simply a process of fermentation and deconstruction. They've got to be taken apart, broken down, and they absorb wonderfully. And that's why the cow can taste it. You and I cannot taste insoluble sugars. But when they're reduced to simple sugars, we taste them. Cattle have 100 times better taste and sensory smell systems than we do. They can tell a forage. They'll smell it before they'll ever bite it, and they can tell what's there. They can tell how refined, how broken down, how available it is.
Okay, any other questions? Yeah, we got one more.
Occasionally in a haylage fermentation process, I'll have it go butyric and just be a bad acid for the cows. Any comments?
What type of
It'd be like a high moisture alfalfa that just doesn't ferment right. Even if we put a bacterial inoculant on it, it'll get wet enough that it goes butyric acid, and it has a real strong smell. And yeah, it just seems to kind of really be hard on cow health.
okay.
Will the the deconstructors or the fermentation products that you're working with kind of help prevent that, or?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Matt, I sent you an explanation on this very topic. When we go through fermentation, what happens is, as the microbes drop the pH in these products, we go through a series of different acids. And some of the higher produced organic acids in pHs of the low 6s and the 5s, they're pretty nasty. Cattle hate them. They don't like the taste of them at all. And getting the right fermentive microorganisms makes all the difference in the quality of the ferment. And there's a lot of farmers who will just use the microbes that come in on the material as their fermentive type things. And that to me is a crapshoot. I don't think you'll ever get a good quality fermentation off of that. Yeah, it'll ferment, but to where? The thing is if you get the right microbes, the good blend and balance of these microbes working together, our pHs in our forages should be in the 4 to 4.5 pH range. And that moves us out of those nasty organic acids that you feed your cattle, that you feed this to. They don't like those higher pH acids. They're nasty. And so and with all of our microbial fermentation products, we're using trace minerals. We want to aid those fermentive biologies. We want their enzymes to be fully functional. We want them to produce the right acetic acid-based materials. We want the fermentation down in the right pHs.
Okay. All right.
You get the right biology, and you shouldn't have any problem with fermenting anything at any moisture level.
Yeah, and the amazing thing is, Ken, you've done work all the way from 15 up to 70% moisture forages, and
yeah, we've gone as high we've gone as high as 100, complete saturation, 100% moisture content. I mean, it's all in saturated solution, and we can ferment anything from next to dry all the way up.
One of the things I like about it, Ken, is the fact that it gives you flexibility as a grower to go out and harvest your forages because you don't have to wait for that dry down a lot of times. And that can mean a lot of money to the grower if spoiling or having the ability to put it up right. And I know you've had experience with that also, haven't you?
Jim, oftentimes we get untimely rains and they threaten our forages. And with these cultures, these fermented cultures, we can put them up wet and save them. We actually make a better feed fermented than they would if they'd have dried down naturally. But again, the more you use these fermented forages, the better you'll like them.
All right. Okay. Let's give Ken a thank you, should we? Ken, we appreciate your input again, and if anybody wants to get more in depth with Ken, we can always put you on a go-to-meeting or teleconference call at any time. Thank you again, Ken. Have a good time there in Arizona.
Great. Thank you, Jim. Thanks, Profitproag. Take care. Yes, I'm here. Which microbes are we talking about? Oh, well, it's the best thing that you can do for a soil is to keep the biology active as much as we can. The worst thing a soil can experience is nothing, fallow. And so certainly plants control the biology. And so if we can get a cover crop in after the normal harvested crop, and we can stimulate that microorganism population in the late fall, have some going through the winter, and then as those forage or cover crops start back in the spring, we activate that biology. It's far superior. If we aren't able to put in cover crops or stimulate the microbes, they'll go dormant because there's nothing for them to do, but activity is better than dormancy. And so the better we manage our crop systems, the better our biological systems will respond. And the reason that we put in cover crops is not only to manipulate or manage soil structure, but it's to add diversity to the microbe populations. This is what kills us in our monoculture type plants, is that corn only grows a certain strain of microorganisms. It only encourages certain species. When we put in clovers and radishes and turnips and cereals, we're developing hundreds and thousands of different species that a corn or soybean plant never will. And it's the diversity that makes everything work. That's the crucial part of all this, John.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you. Wonderful. Have a great seminar.
Hello, John.
Okay, looks like we got a little bit of a delay with you here. Let me just test your. I'm going to change the presenter over to you.
Thanks, John. Bye, Dave.
Bye. Bye. Bye, Ken.
Hello, Ken.
Bye-bye. Hi, bye.
Okay, David, you want to share your screen?
Should be coming. Okay. All right. Well, welcome, guys. I'm finally talk about it. Is the managing your manure and enhancing its value on there. we've got ways to take care of a lot of different things that's coming into this manure. Can you still hear me, John?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, all right. What I'll be talking about today is managing manure in the manure pits and lagoons and slurry store systems. We'll talk just briefly about some new things that we've got coming with dry pack and poultry barns and that. We've doing some testing right now, and so far the results are pretty exciting, and Matt can comment on that down the road here. What we are seeing, hold on here, there we go. Today, what we're looking at manure management, I know a lot of guys out there have put up livestock barns, swine barns, or beef barns, and part of that reason was to get the manure for a fertilizer. That's great, but now we've got some other things that they need to be doing and managing this to make it the best possible fertilizer that they can possibly have. And one of these ways is we can do it with microbial treating the products with Manure Master and our manure conditioner. It's just, today manure management goes way beyond just hauling it to your field and applying it. EPA, NPCA, they consider that a pollutant when it gets into their rivers, creeks, and waterways and water wells, for example. There's where some issues start to arise, and we have to be cognizant of what's going on that. And we have to play within the rules and just be good stewards. This is what it boils down to. You must keep control of your manure before you lose all of it and you're getting told by a regulatory agency how to apply it, what you can and cannot do with it. We don't want that. We have ways to control this, but I'll get back to my opening statement there. A lot of guys have put up these barns because they want the manure as a fertilizer. Well, let's go take that next step. If you want a good fertilizer, we've got to manage it. We've got to take care of it. A lot of it comes back to what goes in, what comes out. If you put high quality feed in, the animal will do good. You got a high quality, good fertilizer value coming out the rear end is the manure. If you use some unique feed sources, you're going to have some unique manure. And this is where we start to run into some problems with odors, manure not breaking down right, salt content's way too high just because the salt in the feed was way too high. These things all affect everything. And, can manure be treated to reduce the risk to the environment? And can odors, salts, crust, sludge be reduced? And the answer is yes. Once we start the treatment program, then you can start to see these things. As Ken talked about the good guys in the soil, it's the same in the manure pit or slurry store or lagoon or in the dry pack. Once we get the right guys out there and they can control everything, then we see these odors, these salts and crusty and sludge. All this starts to go away, and we can manage that. Our program, we have products now. One is the Microbial Manure Master. The other one is our manure conditioner. The two of them individually work great. However, when we put these two together, they create a synergy that really speeds up things. Work hand in hand. They break down the manure. They start to address the chemicals such as disinfectants, antibiotics, and these other things that are coming into that pit that maybe not quite from a natural source. These are the things that we address in the pit. We've got 17 species of microbes that break down the manure while in the storage. Some of these species address the lignin, the cellulose, the fibrous materials of that. Two of them are just for that. Then the others start to work on locking up these nutrients in their microbial bodies. We want that. We want to break these salt particles down. We want to get this salt down. Raw manure has an EC or electroconductivity of about 32, somewhere in there. give or take. We want to be able to get that down to under 20, and we can do that. Once these microbes get there and start to work, you know, they'll do their job. We are doing what the microbes in the field would do, which would take 3 to 4 months. We're doing that ahead of time in the storage facility. This is just speeding up that process so that when you do apply your manure to your field, you've got a much better fertilizer product that's going to be more plant available when it gets out there, and it works with your soil biology. These guys in the pit, they go to the field, they don't stop working. They just keep moving on, and they just become part of that predator-prey relationship in the soil. You know, they just keep working too. It's a granular powder product. It does several things. We're going to tie up and break down the chemicals like the disinfectants, antibiotics, and others that are present in the manure. Second, it is a biology stimulant. It provides minerals to function for the microbes to function properly. And third, the microbes in the manure master and the manure conditioner, just they're facultative. They go out to the field. They continue to work out there. They don't ever stop. Here is the test. This started on November 5th, and I took the pictures on December 11th. He had gotten a sample out of one of our clients' manure barns. This barn has had problems with crusting and flies, and you can see that in the control. Now, what he did is he put microbial manure master and some of that manure in one bucket. Then he put some manure conditioner and the manure in another bucket. And then he put the manure conditioner and the manure master together in another bucket. This ran approximately 5 weeks. These pictures were taken on December 11th, and you can see the difference. You see the manure master was working on getting that crust broke up. So is the manure conditioner doing a good job. They were doing good. But when we put the two together down in that bottom right picture, look what they done. That's 5 weeks. They really created a synergy to get in there and get that stuff broke down and dissolved on there. This is what we want.
And Dave, that was done
like I
in
said before,
40
it takes
degree.
about
Yeah.
3 to 4 months for the soil microbes to take the manure down after it applies to the field. Process is what we start. Well, we start this process while it's in the storage facility, and this is where we get the advantage. We keep your storage facility capacity. Beef guys, in your beef barns, you got deep pits. One of the biggest problems, beef animals have a more fibrous material. This is where we start to see they lose capacity because they got bottom sludge or they can't get it all pumped out because of the thicker manure. Our microbes and the manure conditioners do an excellent job in a more liquid state, and we can keep this going on there. Makes the manure nutrients available. More time available. John. Okay. Just may have to let things catch up here for a second. Now, yeah. Okay. Generally it takes the soil microbes 3 to 4 months to break down the manure after it's applied to the field. We're just doing this ahead of time. I wonder if it's because of my internet connection here, John. John, are you there? Okay, hold on. All right. Okay. I did change the setting there to my headset. Did that? Okay, is that working better? Generally, it takes the soil microbes 3 to 4 months to break down the manure. We're doing this in the facility to get this ahead of time to make the nutrients more plant available. And they, like I said before, they're facultative. They keep working ahead. What's our message of the manure master program? We want to reduce the negative attributes that are in the manure, and we want to enhance that manure value. Those two things are our objectives. We want to reduce the overall crushing and bottom solids. We want to reduce that salt content down. We want to reduce the toxins and lethal gases, less fires, less corrosion on equipment and buildings. These are all of our objectives. We want to increase nutrients that are in the manure. We want to stop the nitrogen loss and the phosphorus lockup. We want the microbes to start breaking this stuff down and locking it up in their bodies so it's more plant available when it gets applied to the field. We want to improve the efficiency of all the nutrient elements, not just N, P, and K. We want to work on your magnesium, your manganese, your copper, sulfur, zinc, all of those elements. And we want to improve the nitrogen fixation. We want to get that stuff locked up. Apply the bio-augmented manure out into the field, it will trigger an explosion of the beneficial soil microbes. We want to improve that quality and feed value. We're just getting a better fertilizer out there for those crops and soil microbes to use. Dr. Albrecht said it, you feed the microbes first. So if we have better food for those microbes, we're just enhancing that value and they're doing their job better. So now we can produce a higher, more nutrient dense crop that we can feed back to our animals. This is what we want to do. We want to reduce the aflatoxins and mycotoxins. Again, the good guys will take care of that. So we keep putting the good guys in and keep those numbers up and make sure they're going the right direction. This stuff will start to go away. We reduce the weed pressure and pest pressure over time. Once you start to see your soils get healthier, these things will start to go away. Because when you have a healthy soil, you have no weed pressure, you have no pest pressure. You're producing a higher bricks crop that the plant or the insects can't eat. That's what we want. You improve your root zone health and activity. There's a lot more of it. We have healthier animals, healthier animals, better herd health. Don't have to use the antibiotics and drugs. You enhance the feed quality and value and quality. We have lower crop and input costs. This just helps because once you put that manure out there, you're going to be spending less on commercial fertilizer, and eventually if you do everything right, you wouldn't have any commercial fertilizer expense. Way better neighbor relations. You get rid of these odors out of the air, and this is where your neighbors are going to be very appreciative of it. We offer 2 ways to get the manure out by one of our reps. We actually come out and do the treating on the farm. We stay in touch with you. We treat at a minimum of every 6 weeks. Wintertime, it does get a little bit longer, so occasionally, but this year so far, things have worked pretty good. We want to get that out there and treat on a regular basis. We now offer a self-treat program. This is where a rep, you give me your information, I will set up a treatment plan. You will get a schedule of when to treat and what to use and how to do it. Every first of the month, I send out a reminder, either email or text or both to you, however you like it. Put the product in. And then somewhere between the 10th and the 20th, I will call to follow up. Hey, did you have anything going on in your pets? How do they look? Have you seen anything changes? Is something I need to be aware of? I want to know this stuff on a regular basis. If things are going great, hey, it's a good conversation for both of us, and we want to stay on top of it. The minute you as a client see something changing or a peculiar odor that develops, we need to know about it right away, because we have ways that we can attack this and get this resolved on a timely basis on that. You purchase the microbial manure master and the manure conditioner and you administer it yourself. We don't help you with that. You're sure welcome to do that. The products are very reasonable priced. If you have a few questions, we can certainly answer that and get you the products and steer you in the right direction. If you ever have a question, you can always call us. We'll make sure to answer your questions and get you going. Make sure you're doing things the right way. We've got some photos coming up. We've got a dairy lagoon, a swine barn, and a new beef barn. The dairy lagoon was from 2011. The swine barn, this was one of my neighbors. It was a fall pump out. I've got pictures from both 2013 and 2014. This was a new barn that was built probably about 3.5 years ago. The beef barn was built in 2013. The cattle just went into that in late October of 2013. And then the very first pump out, which is the pictures are from, was done in August of 2014. Here's the dairy lagoon. When the manure master was added, the undigested organic matter was converted to liquid nutrient-rich plant food in 7 months. This is what it looked like on March 2011. And then after we started treating it, this is what it looked like in September. Got rid of that crust, got the solids dissolved, and then that's what we want to see. This is the swine barn. This was showing the agitation pump was, he was just getting down to the nozzle, and that little green arrow, that's where it was just breaking through the surface on there. The top was very soft, very thin, easily broke up. This is pumped out by Doug Rollick. He was only having to use tractor at half speed to get this agitation going. Now the manure is below the nozzle, and you can see how nice and liquid that is. And we have fewer toxic gases because of the proper digestion in there. There it is. This is when we do the very last. This is the sump. This is the water, the manure flowing in there. Doug pumps it until it will stop flowing. And usually I'll have about 2 inches or less left in the barn. This is the barn that was all 2013. This is a year later. Crust was still soft, able to start loading right away. And what they usually do is come in, get the pump set up, start filling tanks, and then they will start the agitation process after the first 2 tanks are gone to the field. And normally it takes 30 to 40 minutes for the whole pit to get swirling on there. Same barn, crust thin, easily broke up. Here's the beef barn. This was built in 2013, first pump out. This is a 1,000-head barn. It has 8 250,000-gallon pits. First pump out came in August of 2014. Treatment started about 3 weeks after the cattle were put in there, and it was done on a monthly basis. This was some pictures that we took. These were done in June. If you can look, there was bubbles there. You can see some bubbling in here. This is what we want to see on there. The crust was very soft. Again, some more pictures. See little bubbles? This is showing that we've got good microbial activity in there, and the crust was again soft. Here's a picture of the cattle in that barn. They had minimal levels of flies, minimal odor. This barn is probably about no further than a quarter of a mile away from Highway 19. you can drive by there with the wind out of the northwest, you do not smell it. You're more apt to smell his dry lot than this barn. They're very content. The gains were better on there. The cattle aren't restless. They're not moving around a lot. The tails weren't swishing. Those are things that we saw that were conducive to having your manure in good condition. If you want to go to the site and then click on the farm programs, go to the Manure Master, look for the 2014 fall pump out, and at the 2-minute and 25 mark, it shows the pump in a 250-gallon 12-foot pit, and it was the first pit on the west end. And then you can watch how he had that whole pit swirling with just one pump. Pretty much the other 7 pits were pretty much like this one. Summary on this, you save time and money by using the Microbial Manure Master and Manure Conditioner. Let the microbes do the work for you. It keeps your pit or lagoon in good condition with minimal odors, flies, crustings, and bottom solids. Rep will help develop a plan for your operation if you do the self-treat or you want on one of our routes. And we're always available for consultation if any issues arise on that. With that, if there's any questions, I'll take a few.
David, this is Jim.
Yes, John.
There's a lot of, in the last 3 years, there's been a lot of promotion in the marketplace with More Than Manure. And what's your viewpoint of that technology, and what have you seen over the 3 years with that? And where is that technology in the marketplace now as compared to what we're doing?
You're breaking up, Jim.
My question was on More Than Manure. Did you hear that?
More than, yeah. The More Than Manure product, I do have a client. I was asked to come down and start a half of a double, 2,400 head double barn. He had used More Than Manure on one side, and the basic thing he told me was he used the product once, he'll never use it again. He was using Pit Charger and More Than Manure to start. It was a new barn, started with them. We came in after the More Than Manure failed, and we started January 2014, and due to various things, I was not able to get back there until May, and we had treated the barn with the initial inoculation rates. We had already overcome and surpassed what Pit Charger was doing on the other side, and that had been in there for over a year. We just renewed his contract. We now have the whole barn. The clients that I run into or talk to that have tried the More Than Manure product, usually the response is, we'll never use that again. To me, the More Than Manure product basically is just a killing agent. They're trying to stabilize the nitrogen by killing off all the good stuff and holding the nitrogen in the manure. Well, now you have a putrid manure going out on your field, and that just sets your field back on there. If you put the right biology in there, you're going to have a much better fertilizer product going from your pit, lagoon, or wherever out on your field on that.
David, the other thing, I know that Doug does a lot of hauling the manure, hauling of manure to fields further from the site. The bioaugmentation and the process you talked about makes that a lot easier, doesn't it? The hauling.
Much easier to haul. What Doug has found is, and this is how much he believes in treating the pits and using the product. As part of his service, he treats all of his clients' pits. Now, you're thinking, oh, why would a hauler want to do that? Well, here's his reasons. Number one, he doesn't have to worry about it because we reduce those lethal gases down so you have a less chance of gassing pigs. Number two, it's more liquid. It's easier to handle. So when he can come in there, as long as the farmer has set up the barn before he gets there. And you've got top to bottom ventilation with the pit fans locked on. Excuse me. He can come in there anytime, day or night, set his pump in there, and he starts loading. He loads the first 2 tanks. After they're gone, then he starts the agitation. It's because that manure has a better consistency from top to bottom. This is what we get when we start treating the manure and managing that manure the way it should be managed.
Okay, thank you. Are we going to go on to
The other thing there also, it's allowed him, because he doesn't have to waste time agitation, it saves fuel cost on pump operator tractor. He only using 1 pump. He doesn't have to use multiple pumps. He can get the manure out of that barn and onto your field in a much faster time frame. It's allowed for his business to expand rather rapidly. Doesn't have a business card, but yet I keep telling him, you better watch how many clients you take, because you always want to make sure you get your guys done before the end of the season.
Okay. I think what we're going to do, David, is you're going to go right ahead and do your financial discussion here at this point. So we'll bring that up.
Okay.
Yeah, just a minute. Do you have a question? Okay.
With this raw manure, usually if you put that near the surface of a field on the organic side, you've got a potential for a lot of weed problem because it's just kind of a magnet for growing things like that. Once you get the inoculants and that into the manure, what are you seeing?
Okay.
Dave, that goes back to the discussion of how does a bioaugment manure that's pre-digested impact weed pressures in the field, alkaline areas. You've had a lot of experience with that up your way. David,
Okay, I think
the question.
Yeah, I heard the question. The question was that you put raw manure, you start to see more weed pressures and things like that. Do you see that with bioaugmented manure? That right there would be back to taking the, your bioaugmenting manure is actually putting more nutrition into the soil.
Well, David, I'll help you answer that question a little bit. When you bioaugment,
I'm having a hard time here.
Yeah, I know you're having. What we've seen and what Doug Rollick has seen up there is when you're, again, why do we have weeds in the first place? Because things are out of balance. Usually nutrition and microbes and the bioactive carbon. So after a 3-year period of bioaugmenting the manure and applying it, what we generally see is weed pressures go down, alkaline areas improve, we see better soil health. And that is something that even Doug on his own farm, him and his brothers have seen, because they own hog buildings and they're treating and they're hauling. So again, it's the pre-digestion is the key. You're breaking these things apart, just like we're doing with fermentation of the forage. We're adding a lot of metabolites there, a lot of microbes, and they're facultative. That means they can work in anaerobic and aerobic. So when you put them in the field, they keep working. And again, it's when things are out of balance is when the pest pressures move in. So when you start bringing it back into balance, then you start to see things work a lot better. Okay, are we going to move on to the financial one?
Okay.
What we're going to do next is we're going to, since we got David on here, as a company, we offer a financial package to growers. David spent over 30 years in banking and insurance before he came to us. He has an agronomic background. And so when he came on board, I said to David, why don't we put together an offering for our customers? So that's what he wants to just quickly, you've got information. If you want to look in your packet, you can find it and maybe follow along a little bit. It's on the financial program that we can do either input financing or complete financing of an operation based on certain stimulations. So when we're ready here.
Yeah, how do I do that? I don't have that, John. You may have to do something because it told me it was going to cut you off in 5 minutes.
Well, what we could do if we can't get it up there, could we get David on full screen and he could just talk us through it because we have the presentation, I believe, in front of us here. I think. David, just go ahead and talk about it. They've got the presentation.
Okay.
They've got it in their packet.
Okay, if they got the program in their handbook, I'll just go through it real quick. We do offer a financing program. It's through AgriSpan. We have input and operational financing. We have both secured and unsecured. And the main thing there is this is for crop production mostly. It has, you can do 35% livestock income. They'll still consider that crop farming. You have the input and operational type of deal. Secured and unsecured, we can do unsecured up to 250,000, minimum of 10,000 on that. Secured loans, they like to see them start at 250,000. We can maybe do one a little under that. They will want first on the crop and machinery and equipment on there. There is no limit on the secured loan. That's just based on the type of size of your operation. Complete the page for the unsecured. Complete the first page, sign it, fax me a copy, get the original in the mail to me so I can go over it. What I do is I go through it, evaluate it, make sure everything's done, and then I get it over to AgriSpan. And on that, now secured applications, you're going to do the first page, sign it, and then you need to have copies of your last 3 years of tax returns and financial statements. They want year-end preferred on the financial statements. Mail those to me, and as soon as I get them, then I get those over to AgriSpan for their evaluation. Normally this takes fairly quickly. We are looking at, if you got everything filled out, that's what I go through, make sure I've got all the paperwork together for you, and then we take off from there. Usually once I turn it into AgriSpan, about a 1 to 2 day turnaround time, sometimes it's even faster than that on there. Just have to make sure everything's in there. I got copies of that. For operating loans, for 250, we want to make sure we get the financial statement and tax returns so they can make an evaluation on it. We don't hold anything up there on that. If you look in there, there is a page. The commodity prices used by AgriSpan this year, they've got corn at $3.75, soybeans at $9.50, oats at $2.50, rye at $5.50, wheat at $5.50, and then alfalfa at $120 a ton. This is their base commodity prices, and this is what they'll use to determine what they'll loan for your operation on there. It's based on your credit history and your production history for that farm. Again, you can have livestock up to 35% on there. Secured loans require assignment of crop insurance, and they want a first lien on your machinery and equipment on there. We do have best available or best lien available loans, and those are usually from $10,000 to $250,000 on a secured basis. Offering competitive rates, 5.75 to 9%. This is a variable rate. It can change. I don't really look for the rates to do much of anything in the next 12 months. Maybe towards the end of 2015, we might start to see the Fed starting to up the rates a little bit there. They've got to do a little bit something here to keep things going. Got the application. We get that, make sure it's complete. We get her done fairly quickly. You got seasoned professionals. I've been in the business for a while. Did a lot of ag lending over my my career. They know what they're doing. We know what we're doing, and together we can, put a plan together there that will work for you. If you have any other questions, go ahead and give me a call. Number is 507-640-1095. Or you can email me at widmanag, all lowercase letters, @gmail. Send me a request and I'll get right to it on there. With that, I'm going to, if you have any questions, probably best to just email or call me on the financing part of it. Any manure questions or something, give them to Jim, Matt, or Dennis. They can get them to me, and then I'll get back to you on that. Thank you. I'm leaving.
There I am. Okay. All right, let me get mic'd up here. Yeah, in fact, are you gonna run the videos first, John, for me? Yeah, run the videos first, and then I'll get mic'd up here. But yeah, there's a lot of misconceptions and a lot of money thrown around in areas where it's not getting the best use. And I guess that's the part that kind of upsets us in this industry, is that you have money being spent, tax dollars, on stuff, then you're not getting the benefit that you should get. So we're going to run a couple videos. Run them both. Can you run them both? Run 3 first, then 2. And here we go. We're going to run this. Fish, turnips,
Cereal
and
rye.
cereal rye. So we'll kind of explain why we're doing what we're doing. Brad will take over and kind of do a little bit of that for us.
Basically, this farm, it's a sandier farm, and we want to try to build some organic matter on it. I planted sweet corn here this spring, and then we no-tilled. We harvested August 8th, the sweet corn. August 10th, I drilled the oats in, and then I came back September 4th and drilled in the rape and the cereal rye and the radish at that time. Reason being, I want the cereal rye to overwinter, and I didn't want it to get too far along before winter sets in.
So we kind of put a couple different plans here. Is if the oats gets high enough this fall, Brad could take a 4-H cutting off the oats, and he has a beef producer that would buy that. Then come in the spring, the rye will be here, and if the rye looks like it's good enough, he'll come back and take either a 4-H harvest off the rye, or possibly leave the rye and take it for grain for cover crop seed for next year. So what we're trying to do here is have different options on this farm by building soil health and microbial life, but have options to make profit along with it. Because when you talk soil health, everybody will say, well, soil health is a great thing, but how does it make money? And that's what we're trying to do here, is show there's some dollar value that can be made and still have the soil health, build the soil organic matter, feed the microbials, feed the earthworms. So if you look at this, it doesn't look like it's a huge growth right now, but we got a lot of growing season left on this farm. So you get down close to it, and you can see we got a real nice catch of the brassicas coming. We got the rye coming. This is the oats coming through nicely. We got a nice cover of this ground. The other idea of putting the oats on earlier was if this got worked, the wind would blow it away. The oats got started right away, so it held the ground from blowing away. Plus, it started to scavenge up any nitrogen or nutrients that were left. So it's a process and a cycle. The one thing you need to be able to determine soil health, or you should always have with you, always have a shovel. So you can always dig. So we're going to just take a quick spot here and we'll dig down, kind of show, after having sweet corn harvesters and everything over this ground, a lot of times it's really compacted. You start digging, you look at, you know, what do we got going here? A lot of fibrous roots going. The ground crumbleizes apart. It's being held well. It doesn't compact. It's breaking up nicely. So really accomplishing what we want to accomplish out here with a very reasonably priced cover crop. We did a pound of radish, a pound of rape, and a pound of turnips, and then a 2 bushel of rye.
We probably got aggressive with oats and the rye, but again, trying to build some organic matter. I guess in my mind, it's after a vegetable crop in southern Minnesota, I think this is almost a no-brainer to try this stuff because you got plenty of time to do it.
Yep, and that's one thing we hear about all the time is there's not enough time in the fall to do this. If you're raising vegetables, you got half a growing season left of summer. And then we talked about in the videos we shot this morning a little bit about having, if you have a beef producer, a dairy producer, somebody needs extra forage, now you can marry that into this and it becomes a little more profit center for you. And then as the economic times that we're dealing with right now in agriculture, profit centers are going to be a way to make some extra money on a farm. We need to drive more profit. This can help with this, but you're getting a benefit of soil health, soil biology, and profit. So it's all got to work together. Brad runs a farm here that he had. We're here south of Hope, Minnesota, North Allendale, right between the two towns, right off Interstate 35. And this is a farm last year that was prevented to plant. Brad had a cover crop here, flexed over and put beans in instead, twin row beans, and it already has a cover crop seeded on it. Today is September 26th, and Brad will kind of run through what we've done up to this point then.
All right, last year we've seeded annual ryegrass, crimson clover, radishes and passia. Middle of the summer, and then we did nothing to it last fall. We just left it die off, and then this spring was rather wet spring. I was going to go to corn, but decided to change and go to beans. Price of beans was up, price of corn was down. It was getting late. This was planted May 24th, 25th, something like that. And so then we scavenged up manure last year with that cover crop mix. And then I no-tilled the soybeans in. There was virtually no residue left from the cover crop the previous year. And the ground was really nice and mellow. And then a week ago, we seeded in annual ryegrass, crimson clover, and radishes, and
a little rape.
And a little bit of rape.
Put some rape on this farm too.
Yep.
And what we're trying to do is scavenge up more of the nutrients that are left here, so when Brad goes to corn next year, it's readily available. So one concern people had of the mix we used last year was you're going to get lazy beans because we put in clover, we put in legume, we built nitrogen. Well, if you look at this bean plant, the health of it, we didn't make a lazy bean plant. We made a very, very healthy bean plant out here.
You can see all the nodulation here on this plant. It was a little slow to nodulate, but it really took off after 4th of July and really fixing some nitrogen there. So we've gotten that done. We waited until last Friday, which would have been the 19th, to seed this aerial. And we had such a heavy canopy out here from the twin row beans. Well, annual ryegrass is a little bit harder to fly on. We have a very experienced pilot out of by Dexter, Minnesota, that did this for us. He's done annual rye before. He's done cereal rye. So he flew this on, and after the first flight, we flew out of the Elberly Airport up to here. After the first flight, he came back and he gave us the acres, and Brad goes, I don't get that close to the drill. So we knew he was getting this stuff on the way we wanted it, the poundage and the coverage. So the other part is we start looking down here and say, okay, you wasted your money. What's going on underneath? Okay, so now we're down here underneath the canopy. And everybody will say, well, you wasted your money, you flew it on, nothing's going to happen. Well, this is 1 week after it was flowing on. Exactly about this time of day is when he was flying this. We got radishes coming. We got annual rye coming. We got underneath the canopy here, you can start digging down. You find, we got some more coming here. We got some, this is a radish coming here. I believe this is rape coming. There's a radish just starting to come, yep. Just germinating. He was laying right on top of the ground. He's germinating, going to come up. Yep. Here's that's clover coming there. So we have, it's growing right here. So you can look at this and say, well, gosh, you got this coming up already. Yeah, as you move this canopy back more and more, you find more of the seed coming. So this is seeded at 20 pounds the acre, and we're getting a really nice cover crop here that after the combines roll through are going to really come up, but it's already got a nice start here. I mean, the rye is the amazing part. Everybody says you can't fly on annual ryegrass. Well, we got a nice catch coming here.
Yeah, really spread out. The other thing you'll notice is look at all the earthworm castings all across the ground here. They're just in hyper mode, probably from last year's cover crop. That's only 1 year of cover crop, and this one probably hasn't stimulated the earthworms yet.
In the last year, you can't pick up a publication, egg publication, anything, and not read cover crops. Cover crops, cover crops, cover crops. And there's a lot of media hype about this, but the media is telling a part of the story. There's a group in North Dakota doing an outstanding job on cover crops. Outstanding. But the media is telling part of what they do up there. And that is the part that we really need to get across is it's not a 1 year fix. You can't do this in 1 year and say, oh, problem solved, don't have to do it again. Like what Brad's doing is he has a 1, 3, 5, 10-year plan goal of what he wants to see happen on these farms. That's the secret to this, is sitting down with somebody that you can communicate with, that you can talk to about this, that has a seed plan, a seed source, they know where you're getting the product from, and put a plan together that you can implement. You don't want to be locked into saying this had to be corn. No. We didn't want that. We wanted the option we could do whatever we wanted out here. He could plant whatever he wanted, and it worked. Now we're doing something different to go to next year to say this will probably be corn, but if all of a sudden a sweet corn contract to come along better, maybe it'd be sweet corn. So you don't want something that'll detriment a crop the next year. And that's what we're trying to accomplish here.
No, it takes a little bit of planning. You have to work with somebody that knows about the different species, but it's not rocket science either. And we're just trying to make some money with row crops here. You know, we don't have that much of a cattle operation, and we're trying to, I don't know if you want to touch on a little bit, we're kind of looked at, instead of pounds per acre, how many seeds per foot.
Yep, and that's one thing that you get so hung up on selling pounds of seed. Well, you take like Essick rape, dwarf Essick rape is 160,000 seeds per pound. Do you need 5 pounds of that? That's a lot of rape. So we tailor-made our mixes down to saying, okay, we want about 35 to 40 plants per square foot. And that's what we came up with. And that's why we seeded 20 pounds of this cover crop on this field, because that gave us almost 52. So we're a little bit heavy on this field, but we're trying to scavenge up a lot of nitrogen and a lot of nutrients here that we know are left out here for a corn crop next year. So it comes down to figuring out pounds. A lot of guys talk, just pounds, pounds, pounds. But you got to know seeds per pound, and every species is different. That's where Brad and I started working really good together, because his interest is he wants to do it, but he can't afford to pay millions of dollars doing it. My interest is I need to sell stuff
to survive, but we got to work together and come together with a common goal and plan. And I think we've come out with that now, with Taylor making these mixes down to saying how many seeds per square foot. And we've gotten that from a gentleman out of Indiana that does a lot of YouTube videos. Jamie Scott comes with those kind of ideas. And I think we've adopted those plans too. And that's a lot of this is watching these videos. Okay, what are these guys doing here? We're in southern Minnesota. We're not in Indiana. We're not in North Dakota. We're not in southern Iowa. We're in southern Minnesota, and we're making this work. We're making this work, and we're looking at the dollars per acre we're inputting, because we don't have $6, $7 corn anymore. So we're looking at making this work with $3 corn, $2 corn, and making a mix that, okay, we're still getting the soil health. We're still getting the soil biology. We got the earthworms working for us. All that down the road in maybe 5, 10, 15 years can start to cut a fertilizer program down. The one thing Brad and I will both stress to anybody that calls us about this, do not cut your fertilizer program the first year. Don't just say, well, I'm doing cover crops, done with the fertilizer. No, don't do that. Now you're going to have a train wreck. Now you're going to be mad. Now you're never going to do it again. You still got to implement your normal plan. The one thing in cover crops, the word I always say is cover crop. It's still a crop. You have to manage this crop. And it takes management to make this work. If we would have seeded this a month earlier and say we had cover crops this tall and Brad came out here to combine beans, the phone call that Brad would give to me would not be the most pleasant call he and I would ever have together. How am I getting this crap out of this field now when you sold me that junk? That's kind of how that would go. Maybe a little more colorful, but that's, we got to be politically correct on these things too. So, yep, it takes kind of a team to work on these things, I think. Somebody with some knowledge, quite a bit of knowledge probably to draw on, and then you got to tailor it to each farm maybe. We're trying to come up with a plan where we can just seed one mix on soybeans and one mix on corn and make it as simple as possible. I don't know if we've got that far already, but we got pretty good ideas already. We got some ideas and we got some facts and backing now. The stuff we shot earlier where we have those corn over the cover crop plots, we'll be able to take that data this winter and say, okay, this one returned this one returned that. Okay, what if we tweak that down to this point? Can we still get that? So it's a trial and error. And the only person, if you're watching this video right now and you're saying, well, who do I got to prove this to? You got to prove it to yourself. Leave strips, leave a check strip in a farm or have a spot, have a history on the farm so you know over the course of time what you've accomplished with this. Because right now I'm looking at a beautiful field of beans. They're tall, they're potted well, it looks great. The combine goes through here, that's the proof in the pudding. This thing goes 70 bushel, 60 bushel beans, you go, wow, that was well worth what we did last year. But you got to have dollar value to it. It's fun doing this, it's real exciting, but it's got to make some money. So you got to put money in the bank. There's no banker who'll say, you know what, just why don't you fallow that farm this year, put a cover crop on there, we're good. You don't have to raise a crop on it. No, that's not going to happen. You still got to generate income off these farms.
Okay, that was Brad and I by Ellendale on a couple of videos we shot. We shot like 6 videos that day with John. John has been very instrumental with helping us shoot these videos because he really has a lot of patience for Brad and I to do this. Because we're not the most techno-savvy guys in the world, but we can get it done. But John has been a great help. So we'll go through this kind of quick. All right, let's look at some different ideas. What did we do here? What were some different cover crops? All right, we got grasses. They hold the ground, scavenge nutrients, and armor the soil. What do I mean by armor the soil? You put something over the top of the ground, so when it rains in the spring or rains in the fall, it breaks the raindrops apart. A raindrop has just an outstanding amount of power when it hits the ground. It's worse than having a semi-truck over the end of your field, rain is. So once you get that ground pounded down hard, now the rest is running away. So if you have a cover crop growing there, especially grass, it has a stem sticking straight up, it splits that raindrop into multiple pieces. When it hits the ground, it doesn't create as much compaction. That's a great thing. Brassicas scavenge nutrients, break up hardpan, and the earthworms love them. They're earthworm magnets. The other thing that kind of like them, are the deer. So if you don't like deer, don't plant brassicas. If you do like deer, they love turnips. They will just go nuts over those things. So if you got a buddy that really likes to hunt, put some next to a woods, charge them a couple $1,000 or 500 or I let Miles hunt for free back there, but we're pretty good friends. But you could charge to have somebody come out and hunt, because I guarantee you the deer are going to stand there and eat those turnips. Legumes build nitrogen, hold the ground, and feed the other grasses. My personal opinion on legumes is, if we don't get a lot of growth out of them so they nodulate and make a lot of nitrogen, I really believe there's a synergistic effect between brassicas, legumes, and grasses mixed together. I really believe that the legumes feed the grass with so much nitrogen. I really think there's some of that going on. There's not a lot of data to prove that. I'm probably talking out of the corner of my mouth a little bit, but I really believe when you put those mixes together, you see that synergistic effect that we're trying to accomplish. All right, let's talk about the videos. Those guys in the videos are the original Hefty Boys. I will make that claim. We're a couple big gentlemen. We take up a lot of the screen, but we are the original Hefty Boys. And because Brad is not here, I can say that. He's watching it at home. So if you see me next week and I got a big black eye, you know he took it the wrong way. But he and I have said this many times when we've talked together, so it's kind of our joke. Farm 1, the sweet corn farm. Okay, let's take a good look at how we could put a third crop rotation in. Now this plays out to just not the canning company side. What if you're going to do oats for grain millers? It's the same principle we did on that sweet corn farm. We had 3 goals in mind. We wanted to hold that ground. If you're going to do oats in southern Minnesota, northern Iowa, you're probably going to put it on a lighter farm so you can get started earlier in the spring. That would be a plan. All right, that farm, you take that oats off, like say the middle of July, and it's bone dry or drier. What's that farm going to do? It's going to blow. If you work that farm, it's going to go across to the neighbors. And my neighbors, I get along with them real well, but my dirt is my dirt and their dirt is their dirt. And if they want to share theirs with me, I'll take it, but I'm not giving them any of mine. I'm pretty selfish that way. I want to keep mine in my farm where it belongs. So it holds the ground. Another one is you could have a cutting in this fall. On that farm, after we shot that video, Brad ended up having a dairy come in and they ended up haying that oats. The oats is probably knee high. They got two and a half 1,800-pound round bales per acre off that 53 acres. What did it test? Well, it was about 110, 115-pound relative feed value and 16% protein. The dairy's using it for dry cows. They're using it for their heifers. They got some steers in the place. Great for that. But they got a good cutting off it. What would be the other thing? Have a cutting for grain the next growing year. You could either take a cutting or you could take it to grain. Now, we have made the decision, and I should say Brad has made the decision, but I coaxed him along. I think we're going to take that farm to full grain. And the reason being is there's a demand for rye. And we have 2 bushels of cereal rye. That could yield them anywhere from 45 to 56 bushels of cereal rye. We clean that out. We could have close to 2,800 pounds of seed that we could sell and he could use next year for himself. So once again, now we know where the seed has come from. We know it's a good supply. We can germ test it. It's going to be cleaned out. We're not worried about somebody else's weeds or somebody else's diseases. He's raised it himself. Okay, what was the seeding rate that we used? All right, this farm was seeded heavy for a couple reasons, and I'll touch on that quick. Oats, winter cereal rye, pile driver radishes, and dwarf Essek rape. All right, now I'm going to touch on this really quick. I talked about this yesterday. I'm going to talk about it again today. Quality of seed. Rape seed it is the same family as canola. If you buy just bin run, or how did Andrew say it, variety not stated rape, you could be buying Roundup Ready canola. When you plant Roundup Ready canola in your soybeans in the spring, or you plant it in the fall, say the rape would go to seed and you have the seed come up next year, or it doesn't germinate and you have hard seed that germinates the next spring, when that starts growing in your beans, if you have Roundup beans and you spray Roundup and it doesn't kill it, once again, we're having a conversation. Or you're calling somebody. And that's not a good thing. We don't want to create a weed. We want to create a cover crop. That just became a weed. That became a weed that's hard to control. Several years ago when I worked at the local feed mill, we started using cottonseed. And I don't know if anybody here milked cows at that time, but cottonseed got to be a really big use. And all of a sudden in southern Minnesota, we had agronomists going, what's that weed? I can't identify it. Nothing killed it. It was Roundup Ready cotton was growing in southern Minnesota. Now it died, but we didn't want that there. That was not the plan by feeding cottonseed. We cut back feeding cottonseed. A lot of guys did, part of it because of that. All right, so the rate was 64 pounds of oats, 2 bushel of oats, 112 pounds of cereal rye. That was 2 bushels of rye, 1 pound of radish, and 1 pound of rape. Heavy on the grass, light on the brassica. Great cutting in the fall he got. And once again, I think we're going to take that to grain next summer. Part of it is we're going to have cover crop seed. Part of it we can bale up the straw. Rye straw is very used in the horse industry. Cattle people like rye straw. Dairies like rye straw. It's low potassium. Fits into their feed side of it. We can use our fermentation product on it, wrap it up, and make a high digestible forage. What were the seeds per foot in this mix? 80 seeds per foot. Okay, now, the importance of seed per foot, I talked about a little bit. We've been educated from some very smart individuals in this business, or people who have been doing this for quite a while, that 35 to 50 seeds per square foot is where you want to be. Anything higher than that, you really kind of get a montage going out there, and you maybe smother one out, you maybe have one more survive, and it doesn't do you as much benefit as 35 to 50 seeds per square foot. So because of that, you have to know the pounds in how many seeds per pound in each of these varieties or these different things that you're using. If you don't know that, you're just buying pounds. And I would just love to sell you a lot of pounds because I can make money selling pounds, but you're not going to have the best luck down the road, and you're not going to get the benefits you want. You're going to spend a lot of extra money doing this, and you're not going to be real happy at the end. So when we sit down, we try to figure it 35 to 50. Now, Brad went higher on this for a couple reasons. One is we knew we were going to try to take a cutting off it in the fall. So we needed the higher rate of oats so we get a decent tonnage off it. The other thing is we had already anticipated of taking this next spring for either a forage or possibly taking it for grain. So because of that, we went with the higher level of cereal rye too. Once again, this is winter cereal rye. This is not annual rye grass. And there is a big difference between those two products, and that's something that we'll discuss in my afternoon presentation on what the difference of those are. Okay, so here's how we figured the seeds per square foot real quick. Oats is 16,200 seeds per pound. Rye is 19,200 seeds per pound. Radish is 40,000 seeds per pound. Rape is 160,000 seeds per pound. So what does that equal? Oats equals 1,360,000 seeds per acre. All right, so you can see what I've done here. Figured up to 3,337,200 seeds per acre. Divided by 43,560, you get 76.61 seeds per foot. Once again, we were a little bit heavy. But we use two grasses that aren't really high in those numbers. So because of that, we have a lot of seeds per foot, but we did it for a certain reason. If I was going to do this again, okay, and I talked about why we seeded it so high. Part of the other reason is Brad put it in the EQIP program. He didn't work it in the fall. He used the EQIP money. EQIP from the government kind of requires you to go with certain seeding rates right now. There's people in the industry trying to work on that a little bit to try to get them to tweak it down some. Each county is a little different. Each FSA office or NRCS office is a little different, but we're trying to work on that to get it more for the seeds per square foot, not so many that we got to put on so many pounds. If we're going to aerial applicate this, it would have made a difference too. If I'd have done this different, or we were just going to do this for a cover crop, here's how we could have done this different. 32 pounds of oats, which is 1 bushel oats, 40 pounds of rye. If we wanted it to all die in the fall, which maybe we would, I would have went with 10 pounds of annual rye grass. 1 pound of radish, 2 pounds of rape. This provides 37 to 45 seeds per square foot, depending on if you use the winter cereal rye or you use the annual rye grass. Made a difference because annual rye grass is about 177,000 seeds per pound, and winter cereal rye is about 18 or 19,000. Farm 2. Now, this is the one that we talked about earlier. This was twin row soybeans. And everybody told us twin row soybeans, no-till soybeans, you can't make this work. You can't fly a cover crop in. There's too much canopy. You won't get it down on the ground. It won't work, and it just won't happen. So, of course, you take Brad and I, we kind of get a little irritated when somebody said we can't literally do something. So we just decided we're going to see if we can make this work. All right, the idea of this is he wanted it all dead in the fall. He doesn't want to have to work with anything in the spring. He's going to put corn there is probably the plan, possibly sweet corn. So all dead in the fall, gave a good source of nitrogen, build nitrogen, held his ground well, and he wants to no-till corn next year. Unless he goes to sweet corn, then he'll be forced to work it. Why did what did we use and how did we apply this? Okay, we used 10 pounds annual ryegrass, 10 pounds of crimson clover, 1 pound of radish, and 2 pounds of rape. And we aerial applied it, which is something that we were told by people in the industry you can't fly on annual ryegrass. It's too light, it's too fluffy, it won't work out. We have a pilot from Dexter, Minnesota, runs an aviation service down there. He contracts a pilot out of Oregon who has flown on ryegrass many, many times. Rob told me, like I told you yesterday, well, if I can fly it on Oregon, why can't I fly it on southern Minnesota? I said, well, I don't know. Well, he said, just see what I can do. Like I said in the video, he came back and he was within half an acre of what Brad gets with the drill and the planter. So I would say he was getting it close enough for the people we hang out with. So we're good with that. What were the seeds per foot on this? As a cost share, we had to go with the higher rates. We even really should have technically went a little bit higher with the annual rye. We kind of tweaked it down and Steele County was fine with it. The mix was 86 seeds per square foot. We did all this. We did this to see if we could fly on annual ryegrass and what the difference would be. And yes, we can make annual ryegrass definitely work flowing on, as long as you have an experienced pilot that understands how to set the gate on his plane, how to fly with the speed he needs to fly, and the mix that he's flying on. Rob and Terry are very good guys. They actually have on Terry's farm, they fly everything that they fly on his farm to see how it works. They have on the runway, they actually lay out cloths, they lay out big tarps, and they catch the seed. I mean, they do a lot of work to make sure they're doing this right. So Terry Hamilton out of Dexter is our pilot. He's done an outstanding job. Rob is, and I can't remember Rob's name, I just call him Rob from Oregon. That's the easiest way to remember him. He really understands how to fly this stuff on. So that is the other part of it. Should you use seed coating? I really believe 100% that coating this seed, especially in aerial application and seeds like annual ryegrass, rape, stuff that is a very small and light seed, is going to be a huge, huge benefit to this program. And a couple reasons being is when that seed hits the ground, no matter what happens, as long as there's a little bit of moisture there and you're dropping the canopy off the beans, you're going to get that seed to germinate and go, and it's going to give it all the firepower it needs to take off, and that's what you really need. So what product would I use? Well, of course, I'd use Profit Coat seed coating. Absolutely. I wouldn't use anything else. There's nothing else in the industry, is there? I've never heard of anything. I've just heard of this product. So also I'd buy a seed from a good seed source. And I'll talk about this and I'll hammer on this, and you guys will be sick and tired of hearing me say this by the end of the week here. But buying from some guy on the phone or over the internet, 200, 300, 500, 700 miles away, well, it's like buying a used car from him. You know that in the end, he's selling you something that he wants to get rid of for a reason. He doesn't want it on his place. There's a lot of private seed cleaners in some states west of us. And yeah, those guys do a really nice job of selling seed. They really have no idea what they're selling. Sometimes they're just selling seed, and they get it cleaned and it works out, and some guys have good luck and other ones don't. So in conclusion, always work with a good seed source and a seed person. The seed is a good part of it, but the person working with it is too. I hope I do a good job for everybody that wants to work with us. I work with several other people in this industry that are doing a really good job, but it's sitting down and mapping out a plan, 1, 3, 5 years, what you want to do, what you want to accomplish. Don't expect a miracle the first year, but look for it. One farm we did up by Bloom Prairie, when we put the plots in, it was literally physically dead farm. We could not find an earthworm to save our lives. In the fall, when we did the plot days, we dug down, we found earthworms. Last summer, John and I shot videos out there, and we were still digging earthworms out of the ground. Dale he'd run the farm for 4 years, never found an earthworm. He just, in his statement to me, and Dave Robinson was standing there, and Dave is a pretty religious person, and he said to Dave, where did the earthworms come from? And Dave says, God put them there. And he said, you just finally fed them. He said, they were always there. You just finally started feeding them. Well, it clicked with Dale because he's doing more and more with us. Make sure you have a plan. And what I mean by that is planting. How are you going to plant it? When you're going to plant it? Growing. How much growth do you want on it? What do you want to accomplish? And termination. Make sure you understand if this stuff overwinters, there's chemistry that works better than others to terminate it faster than slower. We had some trouble in our corn at home this spring. My uncle did. We terminated our rye a little bit slower than we should have. It set the corn back a little bit. It didn't hurt it in the end, but it was not the prettiest corn for the amount of nitrogen we had on. we needed to terminate it faster. Fritz Jensen up by Geneva did a better job, terminated his a lot faster, and had a healthier looking crop earlier part of the years. Now ours all came up well and worked out well, but it could have been a train wreck. So I'll tell people we've made errors in this. Not everything we've done has made perfect sense. In the end, it's worked out, but it always hasn't worked out perfect. Please ask questions. There are no dumb questions. There literally isn't, because you're doing something that 10 years ago, everybody would have thought you're insane for even talking about. So there's no dumb questions. Ask questions over. Okay, Miles, I'm ready for a question. Yep, and we talked about that yesterday. We got the University of Wisconsin guides back there for everybody. I hope everybody picks those up because that is great. Yes. Okay, the question is there a minimum amount of acres that a plane will want to come and fly for? Jamie Scott out of Indiana, and I refer to him a lot because I've watched a lot of his videos, I guess, will make the statement. He said, you'll go up to fly on 50 acres for a guy, and before you leave there, you fly on 1,000. Because all of a sudden the neighbors come around and go, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Well, all of a sudden they get more and more people. No, we had our pilot, Terry flew from Austin, Minnesota to over by Rushford to do 50 acres. And our point of that is every time you go do 50 acres, it's 50 more, and it's one guy that started and he's maybe got 10 neighbors watching him. So no, I don't think there'd be a minimum, but there'd be a minimum cost to come fly a smaller amount on. Okay. Yeah, the question was, where's the line? Where's the magic line out there that you're going to draw and say, okay, from here down you can do this, and from here up you can't do that? I was always told for many years when we started talking about this is Highway 80 in Iowa. Nothing north of 80 will ever work. Well, we've definitely proved that wrong because we're way north of I-80. In Minnesota, yeah, I'm going to say there probably is a line. And yeah, but you know, and they're doing, I mean, and you're right. I mean, Gabe Brown is doing stuff in North Dakota, but he's going in after his third crop. He's going in after his forage crops. He's going in after a different cropping system than if you're just a corn and soybean guy and you're taking everything to full grain. Highway 212 in Minnesota, I would say from there up, we're probably going to start talking about how you're doing it, what you're doing, and why you're doing it. Now, if you have the third crop involved, if you're north of 212 and you're raising sweet corn, if you're raising sugar beets, if you're raising grass hay, if you're raising corn silage, if you're raising any of that kind of stuff, I think there's a lot of stuff we can still do up there. We're probably going to have to tweak the brassicas down. That's where you're not going to get as much advantage as fast. But the grasses, I think we can still make work because most of them are cool season grasses. They like that cold. If you get them off early enough, if you get your crop off early enough, I think peas, like Austrian winter peas, Whistler peas, they take a lot colder temperatures for a longer period of time. I think we can move them farther north. Some of the other ones that clovers, I think you'd have more tough time in your area moving north. I just don't think clovers will take off as fast up there. I don't think you're gonna have enough time frame to make those work. I don't think. Now, I've got some guys up around Malacca that we've been working with a little bit, and we're doing some experimenting up there with them on what works and what doesn't work. So, you know, and you're right, Jim. I mean, Gabe's doing a lot of stuff up in Burley County, which is definitely farther north than we are. But they're putting it into rotations after oats, and he's doing things because he's still got some growing season left. He's grazing cattle, so he's doing a grazer mix for later in the year. So I think yes, we can, but I think we got to start kind of small and cautious and see what we can do first.
If somebody wants to do this, but this doesn't know if you can find an aerial applicator, if they get a hold of you, can you help them sort that out?
Yes, the question was if somebody wants to do this and they can't find a plane or an aerial applicator, you bet. Terry down in Dexter has always told me he's got a list of pilots a mile long. The other part is those guys are kind of territorial. It's not saying that Terry won't go up there, but he probably knows 3-4 guys up there that are doing it, that he would say, call this guy, I'll call him first, let him know you're calling, and I can line him up for you. Absolutely. Those guys are kind of, like I said, they're kind of territorial in where they fly. They don't want to cross over each other's lines too much and start into a bidding war, but they all know each other through these aviation services. So yeah, we could definitely find an applicator up there. Yes. Oh, the question is, how do you calibrate your drill? You take the largest seed that's in there and use that and try to figure out calibration off your drill. Now, if you're using peas, most of them have a pea setting. If you have grass seed, maybe you don't mix the clovers together out of your big mix. When Brad did most of his cover crop work in 13, he put the grass seeder on his no-till drill. So he ran the oats through the big part and all the grass mixes we ran through the small part. Because we had clover settings on the grass seed part, we had Paja was very close to a clover in size. So we did that seeds per pound and the weight of it so we could kind of get it set. And yeah, we probably a few acres we did pretty heavy to start with until we really got it figured out. But it didn't take us too long. John Deere actually is on a website, and I could find that website again. It shows how to calibrate a John Deere 750 or 1560 no-till drill on running it and catching the seed out of one tube, and then you weigh it out and you can figure out how to make it work. So there's some YouTube videos on how to make it work. Because this, like I said, it's a hot topic, so everybody wants to kind of know how to set it. The plane guys, they set them themselves, and that's kind of their job, but they do a good job. Yep. The other thing is if you're using and he said he's going to possibly put a scale on his drill, that'd be a great option. The other thing is if you're using a seed tender to fill with, a lot of the newer seed tenders have scales on them, so you can kind of figure out your acres and your weight that you've taken off the seed tender. So there's ways to do it, but you know, the old option is you fill them up. When we used to plant peas for the canning company, you filled everything up, made one round, and topped it back off, and see how many pounds you put in, looked at your acre meter and said, yeah, I'm pretty close, or I better back it down, or I better bump it up a little bit. So there's different ways of doing it. Yes, sir. The question is, when we're coating it, why couldn't we add something in the coating to add extra weight to a lighter seed? Absolutely, we probably could. That'd be a good question for Jim. Could we put in a heavier substance in that coating to help weight it down some?
It's harder to do than it's easier to say.
Yes, okay, that's a perfect politician statement there. It's harder to do and easier to say. So, I mean, it's something that we could experiment with a little bit.
With the liquid seed treatment, we could probably do going through the commercial feeder, we probably could weight it a little bit.
Run some weight there. And not that you want this stuff so bouldery heavy that it flies out of the sky either. You know, I mean, you don't want to just pounding itself down, because part of it, when it's coming down, you know, it kind of comes down and settles. You don't want it to rocket into the ground, because you could goof up the germination or wreck the seed that way too. Yes. Miles, is it about 50% heavier for aerial? It's about 50% heavier for aerial application. And part of that is they want to make sure the seed gets down and weighted down to the ground. So, you know, some will get caught up in the canopy, some will get. Now, one thing we have noticed is you talk to the pilots, and they'll really tell you straight out what they can fly and the rate they can fly. And my uncle at home flies on 56 pounds of rye. He flies on 1 bushel of rye, and we get that spot on and get an excellent cover with it. If we were going to go through the equip program, we'd have to fly in 100 pounds in our county. We fly in 56 and have a great response with it. But we got a good pilot that knows what he's doing. Doesn't fly when it's windy. All right, they're flagging me off, said it's time to eat. Well, you know me, I'm one of the hefty boys. I'm ready to eat.
He'll be back on later on, so if you got further questions, we can answer them at that point. Let's have a little prayer. Lord, thank you for blessing us today with your grace, love, and mercy. Please bless the food that we're going to take into our bodies and nourish us, and keep us safe as we travel home. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Okay, same drill. Go downstairs. I would appreciate it if everybody go down right now and eat, and don't straggle. If you want to talk to somebody, grab them while you're eating and talk, and then we'll be able to come back and get started and stay on time. Thank you.